patient, Tommy. I will know soon. I forgive you.
No, that's okay. That's fine. That's why I surprised me when you said it, but whatever works out is right.
I will tell you, Tommy. I will find out. I know they were putting their permits in, Tommy. Just be patient. You will have a sub soon.
Oh, you're shitting me. Oh. I'm blessed. Waiting for my dominoes.
You what? What did you get? Did you get it? Come on, man. Order for all. But there's plenty of time. 6. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I got that.
Good evening. Justin, could you please give the invocation this evening?
Good evening. Just quickly before I pray, I just wanted to say here towards the end of 2024, it's been about 2 years, I think, since I've come and prayed monthly. And I know there are highs and lows, frustrations and joys to your discussions here, but just as one person in Freeport, I'm grateful for you guys' work. Directors, chiefs, mayor, Mr. Zito, city planner. I know that it probably doesn't always feel like your work matters or is appreciated, but it is. And just thank you. I'm grateful for your work, all of your work for our city. Would you please allow me to pray for you? Well, Father, we thank you. Lord, I give thanks on behalf of those here tonight for your good gifts that you pour out so freely upon us, your creation, the work of your hands. Lord, I thank you for the different gifts and personalities and abilities and callings represented here in this room. The various posts that these men and women occupy, the different people that they represent. Lord, we thank you for this city, for our county. Lord, we thank you for the good work that has been done this year. We know that there is more to do, and yet, even as we come up on a Thanksgiving holiday in the very near future, Lord, we just stop to give thanks. And we do say thank you for all that you've strengthened and empowered and given wisdom and gifts to us to accomplish. And Father, I pray again for tonight's discussions. Pray for the work in the weeks ahead, even as winter draws near, as things finish up in the Public Works Department as far as summer and fall goes, and transition into winter. Lord, pray that you would help in terms of equipment and personnel. Pray that all involved would have the opportunity to enjoy the upcoming holidays and truly find some rest and time to rejoice in the works this past year. And again, pray that you bless the time tonight. Give wisdom. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Justin. And I'd also just like to take a moment to say thank you to Alderman Shadle for carrying out last week's Committee of the Whole as I was at the National League of Cities Conference. It is truly my honor to serve as a director on that board and representing Freeport in sharing best practices, ideas, and solutions with fellow municipal leaders across the country. So with that, we'll officially call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Mayor Miller,
Here.
Alderpersons Clem,
Here.
Monroe,
Here.
Simmons,
Here.
Parker,
Here.
Stacy,
Here.
Shadle,
Here.
Sanders, and Sellers.
Here. And if you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Alderman Stacy. Item number 1 is the approval of the agenda. I believe that as per request of Alderman Monroe, he would like to remove item number 30 and place it on the December cow. With that, is there a motion to approve the agenda? Alderman Monroe.
I would make a motion to adopt the agenda. I would like to make a request that we return to live camera feed after the executive session as well, though, here in the chamber.
Okay. Kurt, you good? Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
And is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion made by Alderman Monroe, seconded by Alderman Clem for the approval of the agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Item number 2 is approval of the minutes from the regular meeting on November 4th, 2024. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Alderman Shadle, seconded by Alderman Sellers. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. We have quite a few signed up for tonight's public comment. We'll start with Kevin Lamb.
Members of the council, Madam Mayor, City Manager, I wanted to come before you to talk about the agenda tonight, not a particular item. This stack represents 405 pages. My concern is if I got an agenda that was 405 pages long of minutes, contracts, memos, leases, item after item. I know this is a bigger one than usual, but I cannot imagine an alderman trying to read all of that from Friday until now, not just to read it, but to know it, to understand it, to talk with my constituents, to be able to figure out, should I be in favor of it, should I not? This is a disservice. This is a disservice to the aldermen. This is a disservice to the constituents that they represent. And again, I would want to return to, you will have an opportunity. You, the alderman, can change this. There's no willingness by the city manager, but you have the power to change this and make it so that you get the agenda early enough for you to be able to study it. I know there was discussion earlier about being prepared, being represented, reading all the stuff. How in the hell do you think you're going to read all of that stuff before this meeting when you got it Friday? I haven't the slightest idea. I doubt if anybody here does, and I think that you should change that.
Next on the list is Juliet Modero.
Good evening. On the agenda this evening is the resolution for Bird City, Illinois, so I wanted to give a little background. Bird City, Illinois was established for the state of Illinois in 2021, and Freeport was one of the first of 3 cities to earn this designation alongside Rockford and Waukegan. Part of the requirements for Bird City is to fulfill a minimum of 9 actions, including an annual proclamation for World Migratory Bird Day, which we do every year in May, as well as a passing of a resolution for Bird City, Illinois every 3 years. The requirement is this to ensure that municipalities consistently think of environmental impacts when making certain decisions, particularly those that affect birds and other wildlife. The renewal process also acts as a chance to update and educate current and new council members who may be unaware of the recognition. On behalf of the Northwest Illinois Audubon Society, who led this charge and donated the application fee, I want to thank the city, the Freeport Park District, the Freeport Public Library, University of Illinois Extension, Jane Addams Land Park Foundation, Freeport Student Garden, Environmental Study Group, Park Hills Golf Course and Bluebird Monitoring Volunteers, and the Pretzel Pickers. In 2021, Freeport met 18 criteria, but this year, thanks to these groups, Freeport met 29 criteria. I thank the support of the council members who see the benefit of being a bird city of Illinois and help make our Freeport community healthier for birds and people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. Next is Rhonda Scott.
Good evening. I'm here to speak on 3 agenda items with just bringing up some questions that you might want to think about when you're going over some of these items. The first one was item number 14, and that was the $1 lease of a vehicle from the senior citizens, or not senior center. The city would lease it for $1. So I just happened to ask an older person, well, do you know when you lease it for $1, do you know what you're getting into? Do you know the other costs? Because we've had this situation where you lease a parking lot to somebody for $1, and then you don't know what's going to happen, what your expenses are. Maybe they don't change, but so I asked, well, what cost are you going to incur? And with a vehicle, naturally, you're going to have maintenance, insurance, and all the costs that come with a vehicle. So my question really is, wouldn't you want to know like what budget it's going to come from and if the resources are already there? I did do a little research and found that Mayor Gitz had reported to the Journal Standard back in October 2016 that the money for a lot of the vehicles came from an IDOT grant, which is super, means the state probably paid for the vehicles. And then there was a fund called the Downstate Operating Assistant Grant, which provides funding for, I'm assuming, operation of these vehicles. It really just helps public transportation in cities. So it's great if we have that budget and it will pay for those costs. But I think as older people, and when I ask a question, do you know how much it's going to cost me as a taxpayer to, are you going to increase my taxes so you can pay for the cost on this $1 leased vehicle? It'd be nice if you understood what was going on and could tell me. I did review the notes, and the notes asked everybody to go ahead and approve it because it'd be a good deal to add that vehicle to our fleet, which I agree with. But when you make a memo to older people, what we do here is about allocating funds, and it seems like it should be transparent as to where the money's going to come for when you're leasing a vehicle, who's going to pay for all those costs and what fund it's coming from. As a member of the public, I would like to know. The other concern I had was there's going to be a discussion on a grant that was being offered to a rehab on a house at 1010 Adams. And grants are great. Some of the money's going for rehab, some's going for demolition. This one's going to be rehab, so I went and looked. And as we all know, a lot of the houses on Adams Street are really suffering because it looks like a lot of them are rentals and the landlords kind of don't care. But this one house looks really good. And so I'm thinking, why are we spending $48,000 to fix up that house when all the other ones look so bad? And probably, do we have any criteria? This person who's getting his house fixed up also, I have been told, owns 12 other properties. So maybe
Thank you, Rhonda.
he should
Your time
be
has expired.
selling. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
And then we have Molly Doolittle and Candy Colby.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I would just like to express my support for the ordinance, which would allow residents of Freeport to use native plants in the home landscaping. And I'd just like to outline a few reasons why I think this is a good idea and would be worthy of the council's approval. So generally speaking, a native plant is one which has existed within this region before settlement by Europeans. Native plants include ferns, grasses, perennial and annual wildflowers, woody trees, shrubs, and vines. and there are actually many benefits to the use of native plants in the landscape. First of all, plants native to the Midwest are adapted to our harshest winters. They tolerate drought, and they flourish in our local soils. They do not require fertilizers or pesticides, so they're inherently low maintenance, and they can save time and money. They require less water than lawns and help prevent erosion. And the deep root systems of many native Midwestern plants increase the soil's capacity to store water. So, native plants can reduce water runoff and consequently flooding, which can sometimes overwhelm our storm sewer systems. Native plantscapes do not require mowing. They provide shelter and food for birds and pollinators, and as many of you know, a lot of these species are in decline, unfortunately. And native plants promote biodiversity and stewardship of our natural heritage. Plus, they are beautiful and increase scenic values, as I think you can see from the photos we're distributing. Finally, native plants make healthy places for people. The lawns and the bark mulch landscapes that we commonly see are notorious for requiring profuse amounts of artificial fertilizers and synthetic chemical pesticides and herbicides. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the traditional suburban lawn, on average, has 10 times more chemical pesticides per acre than farmland. So by choosing native plants for our landscaping, we can help wildlife, yes, but we also create a healthier place for ourselves, our families, and our community. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next is Ashley Heilman.
Hello, everyone. I am here this evening to speak with no opposition for the changes presented this evening for agenda item number 6. I want to first thank Doug with the Community Development for working with me to address the issues that were brought to my attention for the rental registry. Secondly, I'd like to thank the City Manager Boyer for reaching out to us for feedback and suggestions to the changes presented this evening. My hope is going forward that the continued open dialogue with this registry will help the city as well as the landlords. With an open line of communication, it can only make things better. The one ask that I have is please make sure that this change is communicated on the newsletter that is going out in the coming months from the city. Thank you again, and I have no oppositions to the changes presented this evening.
Thank you. Neely?
Good evening, Mayor Miller, and thank you for allowing me this moment to speak with the honorable council members. My name is Neely Erickson, and I am the Government Affairs Director for Illinois Realtors. I am here today on behalf of the 1,300 members of the Northwest Illinois Alliance of Realtors. We appreciate the discussion being held tonight regarding the proposed changes to the property rental registration program. We acknowledge the city's efforts to collaborate with stakeholders, including our members, to address concerns and develop a framework aimed at improving compliance with registration requirements and addressing problem properties. We have no opposition to the ordinance. We recognize that the enhanced penalties for noncompliance are intended to encourage greater participation in the program, which is the ordinance's goal. The success of the ordinance will rely on the city's commitment to active enforcement. While mailing notifications to suspected rental properties is a step forward, consistent follow-up and enforcement will be essential to bring these properties into compliance. We stand ready to assist in these efforts and collaborate with the city to ensure the program's effectiveness to minimize the unintended consequences to the housing providers who are complying with the law, which is 33%. The ordinance employs late fees as a penalty for noncompliance, but structures them in a way that encourages timely adherence. This approach is significant as these fees can unfortunately have indirect impact on tenants. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments and to your thoughtful consideration on this matter. We appreciate the city's work on this issue and look forward to continued collaboration on initiatives that support the broader community. Thank you.
That concludes public comments. We'll move on to consent agenda. The consent agenda is considered to be routine in nature and acted as one motion unless there's a member of the council who would like to have something removed for further discussion. Seeing none, the consent agenda is approving to receive and place on file the boards and commission minutes from the firefighters and the police pension funds from July 30th, 2024, as well as the liquor commission from October 10th, 2024. Also our reports for building permit, fire department, and police department dated October 2024. A new checking account required by the DCEO for the Community Development Block Grant, and approval of the finance bills payable in the total of $3,122,664.47. Approval of the payroll from pay period ending November 2nd, 2024, in the total of $646,040.92, and reports for finance and cash and investments for September 2024. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Alderman Shadle, seconded by Alderman Sellers. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Stacy.
Aye.
Shadle.
Aye.
Sanders. Sellers.
Aye.
Clem.
Aye.
Monroe.
No.
Simmons.
Aye.
And Parker.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-1.
And item number 5 is the second reading of ordinance 2024-60. Could you please read this?
Ordinance approving airport hangar M8 lease with David Hayes.
Thank you. Manager Boyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. As previously discussed, David Hayes is interested in leasing hangar M8. The agreement, the cost of this lease is $165 per month. Staff recommends approval of this, and in addition to that, we anticipate having a market survey completed by the first meeting in December for neighboring communities with airports approximately the same size, in case that is a point of concern, which was expressed last summer. So staff recommends moving forward with this lease.
Any discussion? Alderman Stacy, did you? Yeah.
Yes. I just want to make sure that we, the council, have the understanding that come the first week of December, we will see a new lease. The document itself, so that we can look at it, go through it, if there's any changes, so that by the third week of December, it's finalized, so that by January the 1st, all these hangars will have the proper new lease.
That's correct. You'll have it before that.
I'll have a,
You'll have a copy of the lease agreement before that.
okay.
Alderman Sanders?
Yeah, and on that subject as well, on the leasing agreement, do we have a process that we determine what the assessed value of each hangar, when we're looking at quoting monthly costs to lease these properties? Do we have an analytical analysis on why we decide to have these quote monthly costs, and then who are the individuals or whoever they are is making these determinations? We don't have an understanding because we don't know who is signing the lease to allow any hangars to be in a position where it can be leased at all. So my question is, whose signatures are going to be provided for these clearances for these leases on city's property to give that? I thought it was something that the aldermen conduct, not the city manager, to determine what the rental process of a lease would be. Now, if I stand corrected if I'm wrong, but if not, I'd like to see how we get to these quote lease rates, and that the aldermen are well informed on how we got from point A to point B, and we should have all of those evaluation documents before us, that we can assess everything and see what took place and how we process things. Because right now, I'm having an issue with how we do things here, and so if I can't see it and get clarity, then I have a problem with that, and I don't want to point fingers at anyone who is responsible for making those things happen. So I'm not putting it all on the city manager. If it's up to him to make all these determinations, then I want to see the reinforcement behind it all to help him, because he's not just gonna just do this thing solo. It's not what his job responsibility is, to do everything solo without discussing it with the aldermen or the council. So that's all I have to say.
Alderman Sanders, are you asking about the amounts that the leases are for? Is that what your question was?
No, I'm asking the question in regards to how we get from A to B when signing off on leases for anything.
Okay.
How do we get there?
Attorney Zito?
So with these leases, generally speaking, is that staff, whether it be the airport manager in conjunction with the city manager, right, will initially talk to the proposed tenant who wants to, either lease it for the first time a hangar or renew their lease. They'll talk about what the terms and conditions are. The price for each hangar is set by an ordinance that was previously adopted by the city council a few years ago. So that's where the price comes from. Certainly, if this council wants to change it, you guys can change the ordinance and adopt new prices, as, times pass, markets change and everything like that. That part's fine. Ultimately, though, once staff has a draft lease put together, that's what comes before you. That's just like, it comes to council just like what's in your packet right now. There's an ordinance that attaches that lease, and that's for you guys now to consider and say, hey, I agree with these terms, or I don't agree with these terms. We need to go back to the negotiating table, or this or that, whatever it is. But that's why it comes before you guys, so that you have an opportunity to review it, assuming that you guys are okay with the lease. You guys move it from first read to second read. Tonight, this particular lease right now is at second read. And then the ordinance authorizes, if you guys approve it, if you vote by a majority, 3/4 majority to approve this lease, then it passes, and the ordinance authorizes the city manager then to sign the lease on behalf of the city. So that's kind of the general process.
All right.
Alderman Monroe?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the topics that are being danced around here, number one, are the lease rates, are they correct at this time and date? Because this was set many years ago, almost 6 years ago now, if I recall correctly. Number two, I think what Alderman Sanders is trying to point out is that these hangars are being occupied before we agree to the lease. And I think that that's the problem that's that's presenting itself this evening. If city manager, for instance, decided to move City Hall to another building, he would do so and then come back and ask for permission later. And that's not really the way this should be working. If these are going to come in front of the council, they should come in front of the council in a timely manner. And if we need to, we should probably suspend the rules. Those kinds of things should be the order of how things work. I've done a bit of research on this. I do believe the rates are on the low side. I also believe backdating, dating contracts 2 months before we're asked to do it, to agree to it, or a month and a half, or whatever many days that might be, is problematic. So those are the kinds of things that I think need to be addressed. There's also a lot of language in this lease agreement that probably isn't germane or valid anymore, that I believe needs an external review. I mean, we're crossing out 2009, 2010, so these haven't been done in almost 15 years. So, those are questions that really pop into mind, and I think we just need to do a better job of managing that on the front end in order to clean up the process here. My 2 cents.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Stacy.
Aye.
Shadle.
Aye.
Sanders. Sellers.
Aye.
Clem.
Aye.
Monroe.
Aye.
Simmons.
Aye.
And Parker.
Aye.
The ordinance passes 7-1.
Item number 6 is the first reading of ordinance 2024-62. Could you please read this?
Ordinance revising registration deadline and increasing landlord registry penalty.
Director Duckman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to start by saying I apologize. The incorrect memo was attached to the agenda. So essentially, I'm going to go over here some of the fines that were finally agreed upon. The actual ordinance that was part of your packet was correct. So in the ordinance, you received the correct fines, correct deadlines, but the memo was incorrect. So I apologize for that. It was just we attached the wrong, staff had the wrong memo attached.
Do you have a copy, Director Duckman?
I do not have a copy of the updated memo, but I do have you received the correct ordinance with the correct deadlines. So I'll go over it slowly and just kind of let you know there wasn't much that changed from that original memo. So apologies for that. Let me just start by saying what's changed here. So before this proposed ordinance, the deadline for registration was June 31st. Okay. What's being proposed in this ordinance is a deadline to register of January 31st of each calendar year. So that's what's being proposed. Now, for this current year, meaning 2025, the deadline is going to be April 1st of 2025. And probably wondering why. Well, this is a new change, and we're trying to give our landlords some time to understand the change and to adapt to it. But starting in 2026, it's going to be January 31st from thereafter. So now moving on to the proposed ordinance, what are our fine, or what is staff proposing for fines? So you're going to be required, we already talked about the deadlines. So if you're 30 days or less, if you register 30 days or less after our deadline, you're going to be charged $100 per unit, and there's going to be a maximum charge of $1,500. So my memo didn't contemplate or state that there would be a maximum per property owner of $1,500. Now, if the application is filed 30 days but less than 90, so 31 to 90, after the due date, you're now going to receive a $250 fine per unit. The maximum will be $3,000. If you're filed 90 days or more past the due date, you're going to have a $500 fine per unit with a maximum of $6,000. Now, this changes in the past because there was a fee of $100 per unit, and it didn't change with 30 to 90 days, etc. So this is what is being proposed, was what I just spoke of with the days and associated increasing fines. And then it also states in here that fines which are not promptly paid, and they will have a chance to, through administrative review process, which is established in our Chapter 299 of our codified ordinances, which is essentially our administrative hearing process. For anybody who's not paying, they'll have a chance to challenge an administrative hearing process. And that being said, staff is recommending moving this forward.
Is there a motion to move this ordinance forward?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion? Alderman Stacy.
Yes. I would like to know how many of these landlords are aware of this and have gone year after year after year choosing not to register?
My guess is, this is through our analysis. So staff last year, we retained the services of Ptolemy, which is a software that allows us to analyze properties and to determine what we suspect to be rental properties. So we've spent the past year looking into that exact question. And what we've determined is there's roughly 3,000 properties that we suspect are rentals. And of those 1,000 registered. So that's only 1/3 of what we suspect to be rentals register. So looking at that data, working with, it's a poor performance. We'd like to see more people register, and one way to enhance registration is to increase the fines. So the answer to your question is 2/3 points, 67% of what we suspect to be rentals do not register as of right now. And that data goes back from 2020.
Why are there no registration fees attached?
Well, staff, take this back. You certainly can propose a registration fee. That's something that can be contemplated tonight. What's been proposed before you, as stated, has been discussed with landlords' representation, has been talked with our city manager. Staff has looked at it. We've not contemplated saying that there should be a registration fee, but it's open for discussion if it wants to be added. If you're saying you want to add $50 a property, certainly it could be discussed.
Manager Ware?
I would like to point out that the fines have been increased to the point where we believe, or we'd like to have an opportunity to see if the fines in and of themselves are enough to cover our expenses related to the registration.
Alderman Monroe?
So since we purchased and were trained on the new software this year, how many fines have we issued to the community thus far?
We've not issued any fines yet because it's literally taken up to this point for us to get all the data correct, get the software implemented, and now what we're hoping to do, or what we're planning to do, is after this is passed, is now saying, hey, you have this amount of time or you're going to be fined. It truly is challenging to identify, okay, these properties are identified as rentals, we're going to move forward with a fine. And part of the reason that staff brought forth the Ptolemy software is to say, we know that people aren't registering. We know it's a problem. We want to do a better job verifying who's out there that isn't registering. So the answer to your question is we spent this past year implementing the software, and moving forward, we want to tighten down on doing a better job with our landlords registering.
Follow up.
We need to see if there's anybody else that wants to ask questions first. For the second time, no one for the first? Alderman Shadle?
I just want to comment that if we impose a fee to sign up for this, at least without seeing if these fines are going to work first, we're giving the landlords a reason not to sign up. And the objective of this is to know where the rental property is. And you do that by getting them to sign up. There's no fee attached. They have no reason not to.
Anyone else for Alderman Parker?
Go along with what Alderman Shadle said. If there's no fee, if you charge a fee, it gives the landlord a reason to add more money to the renter. And a lot of the renters cannot afford the fee if it's only to sign up. So I think it forces them to sign up, and it doesn't hurt the renting people.
Alderman Sellers?
I think if the landlords are in agreement with it and they're not opposing it, and they've sat down and they've talked with, and they've been a part of the agreement, I think it's, we should at least give it a try and see how that works, because they are in favor of it.
Alderman Clem?
I think Alderman Sellers hit it right on the nose there. We've gone through this more than once in our history, and if we're working with the landlord association, now we've got to remember that these guys are working with the bulk of the good landlords. It's basically a bunch of landlords out there that are in Chicago / Arizona / wherever, that buys a property that they think's a real good deal and then lets it sit there and rot. Those are the people that really are causing the problem. So I think if we can implement it and everybody can work together on it and agree to it, it would be a good situation at that point.
Any other for first time? Alderman Sanders?
Alderman Clem, what would be, I didn't catch that last comment you made. What would it be?
No,
It would be a good, it would be a good,
it would be a good thing to work together with the landlord association because they take and deal with all the good landlords or the people, a lot of the people that have access to numerous properties, okay? We know that there's more and more in the last few years of people, a lot of people out there that own 10, 15, 20 properties. You know, that they're just out there and they're really trying to take advantage of people and not signing up, not being a part of their association to get what's going on. So I think it's the biggest part from the like the last time. I'll give you an example. There was a $25 fee put on it. First thing that happened was certain landlords charged the people $50. Okay, that's why when it was brought up about the fee, it was not a matter of that it was not so fair to the landlords, it was not so fair to, in turn to the people because some of the landlords doubled that fee. So if we can work together, which there was a process before and it kind of went south, but if we can keep working together and try and move it forward, like one of the things we've got here that you really got to stop and think about is the number of rental properties and the percentage of rental properties. Because all of us know the minute that we've got a neighborhood that everybody's lived in for 25 years and they're all happy and there's three houses bought up by somebody, and we'll use the term, I'll just use the term of a bad landlord, you know, then you really got troubles. You know, if you go to the, on Wayne's other side that he deals with, if you go to the side where people that don't mow yards, people that don't clean up stuff, people that got stuff all over in their yards and that kind of stuff, there's the other asset that he has to deal with when you get bad landlords and stuff. So if we can all work together, it'll just be helpful, I think.
So
Alderman Simmons, is there something more you would like to add before I open it up for a second round? I think Alderman Stacy, you had your hand up.
Yes. If it's a big word to be 2 letters long, we have dealt with this for how many years with no registration fee? And it doesn't happen. You have a registration fee for everything else, for your car. So we have to do something to let them know we mean what we say and we say what we mean. And even this little 100 and this little 250, for the ones that's been here who is aware of this and have continued to choose not to do it, I say forget the 100 and the 250 and give them a flat 500. But you can't just do that for the old timers that continue to choose not to. You have to do the same across the board. And once we do that and they know we mean business, if we have to make examples out of them, make examples out of them. They've had how many years with no registration and it has not made a difference? They've had how many years with the 100 and the 250? 500 and be done.
Alderman Clem.
I understand what you're saying. I think what we might be talking about that we're missing a little here is the goal is in this is not to make the landlords, the good landlords that are participating in this and working with us, to be the one that suffers in the deal. And some of those landlords own a fairly good number of properties. Also keep in mind in the last year, or I'll say more than that because it's been the COVID thing, there's been a big turnaround in who bought a bunch of properties and who sold a bunch of properties. There were a lot of people that were getting up in years that said, I'm selling my property, and they turned around and sold them to a landlord that didn't go by any rules or anything else. So if we talk a big fee up front, we're talking about the punishing the people that we're dealing with and all the people that we don't know about, these little guys that got a couple properties here and there, those guys are still gonna be on the outside. Those are the people you wanna try and deal with, to get registered and to get involved.
But the good landlords are registered.
They're not registered. You said right up front, the figure was what, 33%?
Correct. I said, yeah, that's what 33% of the people are registering. And of those, I would say there are good landlords on there.
Yes.
Yeah, there's some, yeah.
But are you saying that there's also, in the 2/3 that's not registered, good landlords mixed with bad landlords?
What I will say is the people that are involved with City Manager Boyer, myself, and the association, they are proponents of a landlord registry, so they are registering. That's what I can say.
Alderman Sanders.
Have notifications went out to these landlords, whether they registered or not, to let them know what their responsibilities are and consequences of lack of their responsibilities?
Yes, and as I said, what's going to be better about the program now is with this software, we've done a better job of identifying who is a suspected, who's out there that should be registered and isn't. Who do we suspect is a rental property that currently isn't registered? So we have, every year we send it out. It would be, so if it's June 31st, it would be in May, we would send a letter out. However, now with this new proposal, we're going to be sending out the letters in December because we're proposing a different date, right? Different deadline. So to answer your question is, yes, people are notified. Staff has been working on making the process better, identifying who these landlords are. It's a complicated question to ask. How do you know is that a landlord? Is that not a landlord? Is it a rental property? Is it not? You know, and so we've worked diligently and we've gone out and hired a organization to help us resolve that question through data analysis. So the answer to your question is we've done it in the past. We think we're going to do a better job moving forward.
Thank you.
Alderman Simmons.
So if I'm hearing this correctly, Alderperson, Stacy, you think that the people who are avoiding signing up for this list and have gotten notices and reminders rather than, and will be still given until April 21st to register, should get a $500 fine versus a $150 fine because they haven't done it and they've had the opportunity to do it. I agree with that. Would you like to make that a motion, or how would we do that?
So there was a motion and a second just to move this forward to second reading. So if you want to make a motion to make an amendment to the draft, motion with what your proposed amendment is, second on the proposed amendment, and then a vote by the council whether or not to make that change in the language, which would then, if it passes, then we'll make it for the second reading.
Okay, but I'm a little confused because it according to what Director Duckman said, it was $100 per unit with a max of $1,500, and then after another time frame, it's $250 per unit with a max of $3,000, and then $500 per unit with a max of $6,000. You're just talking about one little piece of 6 things there.
No, I'm saying my motion will be for the initial fine to be for $500, and we move up from there. They've had plenty of opportunities to register and have chosen not to.
Yeah, how do you move up from there if your next one is lower?
It would be changed to progress and move up versus staying what it is. We would start with the first fine being $500 and move up from there.
Okay, so right now, it says if they're 30 days or less after the due date, right? So you're late 30 days. Right now, it says it's $100 per unit fine. You're saying change that to $500 per unit fine. Okay, so the next period of time then is from day 31 to day 90 there. What would you, and that's currently at $250 per unit.
The same as it is, it goes up 100 per 30 days, just as it moves up and progresses as it is written, it should move up those same amounts, but starting at 500.
So from 100, it went up to 250, so it went up $150. So you're saying from 500, it should go up to 650. Then the next increment where it starts at 300, it should go up to, what was that, a difference of 250 and 3, sorry, I don't have my glasses on. 800? To 800 then, per unit. There. So keep the incremental increase the same, just start it at 500 and bump it up.
Right.
The same increment. I got you. Okay, so that's,
With a max or no?
Yeah.
Okay, but the original max was 1,500. What are you proposing for a max?
We would increase the max the same as we increased the 500.
And starting at what?
We went from 150 to 500, so you would just about 3 times the 1,500. Because we're slapping these landlords on the wrist and barely doing that. They're not registering because they're not taking care of their properties. Why would you not register if you are? Like, we're not being firm with landlords that are in our city and not following our rules.
Okay, so my question is,
Yes.
it's 15 times the amount is a max. Do you want 15 times the amount of a max? Is that what you're asking?
I
So
want it to
15?
be as it is, whatever the, right, to what, as it's written, with the same increases.
I think I understand what she's saying here, because right now it's $100, first step is $100 per unit fine, 1,500 max. You're proposing to bump that up to a $500 per unit fine, which we increased by $400, right there. So, and so that was a $1,500 right there. So if you keep it proportionate, then you'd be at
But the top one was 12 times, so I don't understand how, but proportionally, it would go up the same amount as what she's saying.
right. So,
So
500.
it's 15 at the first level, it should be 15 across the board, if you want to make it.
If you register, this is no concern to you because you've registered.
Clerk, do you understand what you have for notes on that?
I believe I'm following, but as I read the ordinance currently, it's 100 with a 1,500 max. So if you had a 20-unit apartment building, it would stop at 1,500. So there is a logical stopping point because you could have 15 unit. You would stop at 15 units. Director Duckman, I'm not saying that very well. The max, that is per unit, so that the larger units don't get like a $10,000 on the first slap, we'll call it.
Well, let me see if I can read through this here. I think the idea here is that they just didn't want it to be, if a large landlord, they didn't want to hit somebody with an unlimited $100 per unit fines, because if they were notified for the first time or claimed they didn't know, et cetera, they wanted to cap it at a certain point. If somebody may be out of town, bought a large number of properties, et cetera, for whatever reason, they wanted to cap it. For my understanding of what's going on here is they want to start under sub 87608, section A, subsection 1. They want it to be 30 days or later, or 30 days or less after due date of. What's being proposed is $500 per unit with a $6,000 property max, and then they want to go up from there to $650 per unit, and then the max would be, it looks like maybe $12,000, and then it would be $650 plus. I mean, there's a mathematical equation. They want to go up, but they want to use the same increments but starting at 500. Does that make sense? That's what I believe is being.
So the top one would be 800 with a max of times 30, which is the difference on 3. So
900. It would be 900 because it goes up 400 from the first one. So sorry about that. It would be 500, 650, and 900.
900. My math was wrong. I'm sorry, Attorney Zito. Did I talk you into that? So then it's 900 times 30.
No.
It's 12 times. So
12.
Times 12, okay. So that's 72,000? I'm terrible at math in my head.
Is that
Somebody help me.
10,800? Or nine? It's sorry, I got a couple of zeros there. It's
Yeah, somebody with a calculator.
Right here.
it's 12 times
10,800.
10,800. Man, that was good math. I know.
Yeah, so what were the numbers again?
So the first tier would be 500 with a cap of 6,000, 31 to 90 days, 650 with a max of 12,000, over 90 days, 900 with a max of 10,800. That can't be right because
can't be
it's not going up.
The middle
It's
one
going
needs
up.
to be
Yeah.
changed.
The middle one needs to go up from 500 to 6. Because you went from, I think she's using the 100. So what I think is being proposed is they're going up. They went from 100 to 250. So that's 100, adding 150. So if you go for the second one, you would go from 500. If you add 150, that would be 650 per unit. Right. I mean,
Yeah.
Yes. And before it was 250 and 3,000, so that's 12.
7,800.
12 times
Yes.
650.
Yep. 12 times 650, 7,800. So it'll be 6,000, 7,800, 10,800.
Would you like me to reread that all in one? Yes. First tier, 500 per unit with a max of 6,000, 31 to 90 days, 650 per unit with a max of 7,800, over 90 days, 900 per unit with a max of 10,800.
Okay, so that's a motion made by Alderman Simmons, or I forgot what the order was.
With all, Madam Mayor, with all the commotion and people about to stand up in their chairs, I make a motion, we move this to December cow so that we could get an understanding on this.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the floor for an amendment, so we need to deal with that first. But I can't remember who made the motion and who made the second.
Simmons made the motion. I would agree.
I'll second it.
Wait.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Alderman Simmons, seconded by Alderman Sanders. Now,
Now we can have discussion on that?
which we were doing, so are we going to continue with it? Yes, Alderman Clem.
I'd just like to ask the question, understand where you're coming from here, but I think the main goal of this particular ordinance here is to register tenant houses, okay? The goal is not to fine everybody to the hilt, like every mom and pop that owns one or two houses that don't have a clue about this, so they're all it's gonna come up and you're gonna fine them $1,000 or $2,000. I mean, I think the main goal is to take and get as many people as they can registered first. You can then take and work with fines or work with costs, however you want to do it. But meanwhile, these people here with two people working for them are going to try and figure out, go around and guess how many rental properties you got in the city of Freeport, and they've got software that determines it. You can look at me like that, that's fine, I don't care. But I'm going to tell you something, think about what your goal is and where you're going here. So if you can register 10,000 properties right off the bat with cooperation from an organization and then work on getting more, are you farther ahead doing that and getting everybody on the same page rather than finding a whole bunch of people and have the guy sitting over here that owns 400 properties say, there's no way in hell I'm going to pay that amount of money, we're going to go to court? Because that's what's going to happen. We've been through this once.
Alderman Clem? Alderman Monroe?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do think that's a bit on the stiff side, but I will remind the alderman that he voted to essentially fine people $600, $700, $800 and tow their vehicle for playing the radio too loud. So it's got everything to do with this, because essentially what you're saying is we're going to take somebody who's got multiple properties in town that we want to register their properties and hold them accountable. And most of those properties are assessed under fair market value in this city right now, greatly underassessed. They're getting $1,000 to $1,500 a month for rent in homes that are worth $20,000, $25,000, $30,000, and they've put in upgrades and things like that. So I'm not sure, these numbers are too big, I would agree, but we at some point have to start holding landlords accountable. And accountability is something that's been missing for a very long time in this. And the east side of town, for the most part, and now the west side of town is going through the same issues together. And I think it's a responsibility of us to hold those people accountable. And I don't care if they live in Arizona. I don't care if they live in California. I don't care where they live. At the end of the day, we want to maintain our city. We want to maintain safe neighborhoods. And we go back to our strategic vision for the city. And we've put money toward this to get this done. Still not done. I have questions if we will do it. I'm starting to wonder if staff is capable of doing what we're giving the money to do. It's a challenge. I get it. But these properties are sold and bought every day. They're registered at the county clerk's office. They're registered in the city. We've got the databases to figure this out. And it's a responsibility of us to make sure that this happens so that we can then provide the police department or the fire department or whomever with the information that they need. And we are able to then start getting people held accountable from the standpoint of maintaining their properties and not falling on deaf ears. So the realistic probably lays somewhere between what was proposed by the community development and what was proposed by Alderman Simmons and Mr. Sanders. So, you know, I think that's the conversation, but at the end of the day, there's got to be some teeth to this, because if there's not, what do they care? $1,500 is somebody that owns 20 properties. That's nothing. At the end of the day, that's $100 a property. So they'll collect that in a month. So I don't know. It's just my thoughts. I would probably say, you know, 250, 500, 750 makes a lot more sense to me, but that's just numbers that I kind of came up with here, and we just keep it straight 12 times so we don't have 15, 12, and 10, whatever. But that's my thoughts.
Alderman Parker?
Just to clarify, we're still talking no registration fee. All these numbers are the penalties if they don't register, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I happen to agree with Alderman Monroe on the cost. We need to reduce it so some of these people can afford it. Thank you.
Alderman Sanders, I believe you had your hand up next.
Yeah, I'm in alignment on the part where it is requested certain assessment on this ordinance, and the fact that we should be able to submit amendments to these ordinances where we can actually come to agreement wholeheartedly instead of sitting in council trying to devise a plan when we should be already informed on our progress. So each time we decide what we should be doing, we should be drafting to ourselves or having conversation with each other on the council to come up with these kinds of determinations amongst councilmen. We should have a legitimate conversation with councilmen so everyone can hear their perspective and their viewpoints and things of this nature. I agree with what I'm hearing so far. I hear different expressions from various people, but there's no clarity once we walk out of here. There's no initiation or initiative to go follow through with anything that we're talking about. And if we don't do something where it's just talking and it just fans out into the air with no substance to it, without coming to a conclusion, then we just wasting time. We have just wasted our time at council if we don't come up to talk together about the subjects that is before us. So I think we're doing ourselves a disservice if we can't talk to one another to come up with a resolution and to be able to move forward, because I don't like the fact that we might be doing injustice to tenants or landlords. But what I do want to be able to agree with the majority that is giving the best solutions. That's my take.
Manager Boyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just let me remind council where we've been, and I think it was already stated that we were in a place where we had really no accountability. We had some semblance of a registry, however, it wasn't complete. Staff was tasked to remedy the situation. We went out, we found software packages that suits our needs, that online, that it doesn't burden our staff with the various day-to-day information entering needs. It basically, individuals can fill it out themselves. So we got that done. It's being populated with data. And what we're asking for here is a step in the right direction, but let's take it a step at a time. I don't want to trip and fall on the way to the finish line here. We've worked together with the Realtors Association to work to a common consensus here. They represent the landlords in this town that care and that are the good landlords. And I would like an opportunity for us to go ahead and enact what it is here we've put down, because this wasn't just come out of thin blue air. This came out of back and forth with some of our most important property owners. Okay, I get it. We want to fix it all. We want it all fixed today. But we all know that that doesn't happen with the roads. It doesn't happen with the water. That doesn't happen with various structures in town. It's a process. So I would just encourage council, let's work on the process. Let's take it a step at a time. Let's move forward with what we have here. And if it's not working, let's revisit that and fix it. But folks, I don't want to trip at the front of the finish line here is getting this done. There's a lot of staff hours involved in this. There was a lot of consultation with folks in the community. We will get it done, but we got to take it a step at a time. So that's all I have to say.
Alderman Shadle.
I just want to say that I truly appreciate the efforts that staff has put forward on this. I do not agree at all with comments made that you're not capable of dealing with this. I can see obviously you are. It's very well put together. It may not be perfect, but I think if you get too quick with too much of a fine, you're going to get a counterproductive measure. The object of this is to get people registered. If you get the fine too much, they're going to walk away from properties, and now we're going to be stuck with a $20,000 bill tearing a building down. We need to get them registered. If it turns out a year from now that there's too many people running too late, that the fines aren't enough, let's deal with it then. Let's get a little data. Let's analyze it. We'll take care of it then. Right now, we need to get them registered, and the best way to do that is with what's been brought forward.
Manager Boyer, did you want to add to that?
I also wanted to make a comment that ideally, it takes about 30 days for an ordinance to go into effect. So if we are able to get this passed on December 2nd, then would go into effect January 2nd, we would be in good shape. And so that's kind of the timeline I've been working with, and I'd like us to hold on to that timeline if possible.
Alderman Sellers.
I have to agree with Alderman Shadle. I think that we should at least give this a chance and see how it is, because a lot of times these landlords are putting some of these fines and raising the rents on their tenants, and that's what I don't want to see happen. I just had a call from a friend who said her landlord just went up on her daughter's rent. So I don't want that to happen, and then you have these people staying in these apartments that they can't afford. Already they're paying $1,200 for some of these rental properties. So I think we should at least give them a chance, see how it works, see what we're going up against, and then we come back in and reevaluate.
Alderman Stacy?
Director Duckman, did you say that in December, letters would be going out?
Yes, in a typical year, the goal would be to send it out in December. I'm obviously this year there's discussion about the proposal, how it's going to work. For this particular year, when it's agreed upon for the rates, I will be working immediately thereafter to submit a letter saying the deadline, if they go with the proposal here, would be April 1st of 2025. So for this year, obviously, I'm not going to, it doesn't sound like I'm going to get a letter out in some point in December because it's going to be approved probably, hopefully in December. But typically in a year, I would be giving out a letter. So in 2026, I'd be sending out a letter 1 month prior, which would be December, saying, please register your property or you are subject to a fine as of February 1st.
Okay, and so then no one will have the excuse of saying, I didn't know.
Correct. Yes, they are going to be notified via mail. Your property is suspected as a rental. You have to register your property by this date, which is to be decided upon. And if you do not register upon this date, here is your fine schedule, your fee schedule.
And have these letters gone out before?
The letters have gone out before stating you need to register your property or be subject to a fine. What I have said several times is that staff has a better ability now to identify who should be registering, who has not. That ability was more difficult in the past because we're trying to identify in our database of properties, which over 10,000 parcels of land, we're trying to determine, is that a landlord, is that not a landlord? Has this been sold in the last month to somebody who lived there for 30 years and now is going to be a landlord? That's a difficult process to do when you're using rudimentary databases and you're using multiple databases and trying to figure out, okay, how do we determine if this person's actually a landlord or not? The software and platform that we're using now has the ability to do a better job of identifying who should be registering as a landlord.
Okay, so we're still on the topic of that amendment to, Alderman Simmons, would you like to add something? Okay.
I'll try to make this super quick. You all agree with me that we need to get these landlords registered, but you don't want to do anything to them for not registering. This is for landlords who do not register, have gotten notices after notice, and still choose not to register. It sounds as though those in council that do agree with me think that maybe this might be a little steep, so I would compromise, and I withdraw my motion.
If you want to remove your motion, then I need to have the second, which is Sanders.
Concur.
Okay, so now we're back to the original of.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've heard it exactly. Would it be fair, Director Duckman, to say the 67% who are not registered, there's a very good chance that they have never received a letter, and it's possible that they don't even know this ordinance is on the books?
Well, once we get the letter.
That certainly is possible. That certainly is possible. We're talking about staff was tasked with the ability to say, we want a better rental registry.
No, this has to stop.
That's what the staff was tasked with. And so I went into a process and looked at it, and what was currently being done was letters were sent out to people that were previously in the database or who had been registered in the past.
Yes.
That's what we were going on.
Yeah.
And when somebody comes to staff and says, I know there's more landlords, that person's a landlord, that person's a landlord. And I said, well, I see that as an issue. How do I fix it? How do I go about fixing this issue? How do I go about doing it efficiently, effectively? And so I started looking for softwares that could do this and analyze all of our properties and look at it fairly, have logarithms to say what data suspects says that you actually are a landlord, you don't live there. Because landlords are smart. Many of these, and one of those things this software does is it says, here's the 10 different LLCs that this person is. So yes, it's Wayne Duckman, but here's the 10 LLCs and here's the other 20 properties that he owns. Tracking that down for one person is going to take me hours to do that. So point that I'm getting at here is, you are correct, Dovey, Miss Anderson, pardon me, that I'm used to calling you that all the time. But anyways, the point I will say here is I was tasked with making the process better. And I can tell you that the software I'm using is making the data analysis better and is going to improve who we notify should be registering as a rental. So I will say that, but you are correct.
So you're really saying give it a chance for the software to work?
Sure, yeah, thanks, yes.
Okay, but are you also saying?
I think maybe
Mayor.
we have to make sure everybody's had a chance to talk. I know you had several in there, so. Okay, so we're back to the original, correct? Or because the motion is off the table?
So the amendment is off the table. The last thing I recall was Alderman Stacy saying that she wanted to move this to the cow. She tried to make that motion, but because we had Alderman Simmons' motion on the table that there, so I don't know if Alderman Stacy still wants to make that motion or not.
Right now, it's moving to the next regular city council meeting. That's already on there.
I just have a question for Director Duckman.
Okay, Alderman Stacy, go ahead.
With the ones that you know are landlords, with the ones that you know have received a letter, are they 100% registered?
No, they're not. No, they're not. The ones, when we go off of the previous year registries, we do not get 100% back. So there are people who are notified and are not registering.
Alderman Monroe, did you have another point?
I have a couple, Mayor. First question I'll ask, have we reconciled the list that we have sent out to the water and sewer billing, number one?
That process.
Go ahead and say all of your things. That way we don't have these follow-ups.
Well, because if I do that, then he only answers one of them, and I'd like all of my questions answered if that's possible.
Okay, Director Duckman,
He said one minute time. Part of the process, yes, this software does rectify against our water billing information. It does. It does do that.
So if Wayne Duckman is on 57 water bills, it'll go in and say you're renting 57 or 56 properties, or it'll assume that.
That is part of their logarithm. I will tell you that because we know that there's other we've been through. I don't want to go down that issue of who gets the water bill, the landlord water bill thing, but that is one of the elements that it analyzes. But there are other ones. There are other parts of the logarithm that are, I will say, better at gathering, saying, hey, you're a landlord. But that is part of it. Yes.
So the follow-up on that was we spent $20,000 in the 2024 budget, I believe it was, ish. And that was approved. We got the software, we got the training, and now we're coming back thinking, okay, we're going to raise the fines, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, I'll just call them that for now. My question really is, how do we get to a point where we're actually going to go out and be more proactive in this approach as opposed to sending, and there's businesses that do this and they fail miserably, sending notice to their current set of customers, essentially. So the ones that have registered and the few that we know, how are we going to get past this point? Because we can put as many fines on here. If we don't know that they're renting their property, we have no clue that we should even be collecting these. And it comes back to, this is more than just a small ordinance change. This is a significant ordinance change because we have to have a meaningful way to go and determine that properties are being leased inside the city limits of Freeport. And right now, it doesn't feel like we do, even though I'm told we do. And everybody seems to disagree with me. But at this point, we're at the same place we were a year ago when we approved the budget for this software. So how do we get past this is my question.
Well, I'll disagree with you completely because before I didn't have a list that would say this list of properties here is suspected as being a rental property. I didn't have that ability. I did not have that ability before. So this software, and what took so long was you had different, like for example, the county, it took a long time working with the county to get their data to integrate with our software. That took time for them to say, here's the scripts that you need to access this data. That just takes time. It also took time to work with the different water bill software. That just took time, but we didn't, I didn't quit on it. I know Director Sutman's tired of hearing me saying, when am I going to get this information? Mr. Monroe is going to ask me about it again. He's going to ask me about it. We worked tirelessly to get all of this data to work. And so the short answer to your question is I could not get that list accurately before. I just couldn't get it. I did not have the ability to do it as well as I can now. And it took time to get that to work.
No, that's perfect because that integration is what's going to draw everything in together. And that's what I wasn't understanding to this point. And really, I think that's the important piece here. Look, I think most of us agree 1,500, 3,000, 6,000 is not a steep enough amount. And I don't know if the landlord association or the realtor association would agree or disagree with that. I don't know if we can ask them their thoughts because they've given deep input into this. But, if you're talking, somebody that we're maxing it at 12 or 15 properties, if they've got that many properties, these fines are fairly insignificant, really, at the end of the day, because they're drawing in $800, $1,000 per property in most of these instances. And I rented on Galena, so I'm pretty familiar with the rental properties in town and the rates, and that was 10 years ago when it was $800 a month. So now it's like $1,200. So, we're literally finding them the equivalent of 6 months rent on 6 properties, or 1 month's rent on 6 properties, not 6 months, 1 month rent on 6 properties. So, I think now that you've got that, I would be interested to see how many properties that might be that we would be able to contact that we've not contacted to this point.
Well, there's plenty of time to have more discussions with the Realtors Association if they agree or disagree. This is going to be moving forward. The way it stands right now, this will be moving forward to the December 2nd meeting. Madam Clerk? Yeah.
I want to make sure we're all on the same page. It's $100 per unit. So if I owned 10 residential houses and I didn't register, I'd be fined $1,000. If I owned 10 apartment buildings that had 20 units, I would be fined $1,500 on each of those. That's the property max. That's not the landlord max. That's per property, correct?
No. Is it?
That's how the ordinance reads, per property.
That's what okay. That makes sense.
Okay. I wanted her to say something because she's about to.
Did you want me?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I had 10 apartment buildings that had even 20 units, my property max is $1,500, so my maximum fine would be $15,000 for my 10 properties.
Sorry, it's like a math question here. 10 properties so you have 10 properties, and you're saying that each of them is a duplex?
No, like a 12, 20 unit apartment building, but we've maxed it at 1,500. So each of those apartment buildings are 1,500. That's per property max.
Yes, that's how it reads. It says, I'm looking at it right here, and that's exactly how it reads, $1,500 property max.
And so if I waited more than 90 days, I'd be fined $60,000 for my 10 apartment buildings.
Yes.
So to me, that's not insignificant, but I don't own any, so.
I think the confusion is we thought that was a max for all of the
All of it,
properties
total.
instead of the units, so, okay.
Per address.
That's why we needed a memo, but I think that's kind of a confusing point.
And fair enough, and I understand that, and I just want to say that the reason for the memo going out late was there was one more meeting that went out, and it didn't make. I have to get these memos to Clerk Anderson by that Thursday, and this meeting happened after that Thursday. So you know what, you can't.
That's okay. That's
yeah,
okay.
No, I
Yeah,
get
yeah.
it. It was a change at the last minute, so.
That's where the confusion is, though.
Understood.
Okay, so look at the time. It's almost 7:30. We're on item number 6. We've got 39 total. Are we ready to move on to
Yes.
Yes.
second reading for this in December 2nd? The phones are always, offices are open if you want to talk about detail on more. We'll move on to item number 7, which is the first reading of ordinance 2024-63. Could you please read this? It's because it moves on.
Fiscal year 2025 appropriation ordinance.
Manager Boyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. So each city fund and department has been presented to the committee, the Finance Committee of the Whole, at a series of meetings we've had starting September 3rd, 2024, with a public input session. So we've had public input session dedicated, and we've had public input before each of the budgets were read. Attached is the fiscal year 2025 in the appropriations ordinance format. The following adjustments have occurred over the past week and are incorporated into the final document. Slight increase in the city levy in the amount of $140,400 due to receipt of estimated equalized assessed value, with a corresponding decrease in the amount of required fund reserve. Also, the library budget items have been adjusted due to the receipt of the EAV numbers. The library will be able to increase their property tax revenue by $50,500. Staff recommends City Council move forward with this ordinance to the second reading to December 2nd.
Is there a motion to move it forward?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion by
Joy.
Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion on this ordinance. Move on to item number 8, which is the first reading of ordinance 2024-64. Could you please read this?
Tax levy ordinance.
Manager Boyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. So annually, the City Council adopts a corporate levy to help finance the city's operation, that is, general fund. We have received the estimated 2024 equalized assessed value, or EAV, as we just discussed, from the county. The EAV for our tax district increased, as mentioned before, but $15,102,367, or 5.61% over the last year. Based on this information, the city's levy for 2024 paid in 2025 would be $2,977,400, an increase of $140,400. A house valued at $100,000 would see no increase in the city's portion of their property tax bill as long as their assessed value has not increased. During the past 5 years, the City Council has kept the tax rate the same or slightly lower. Staff recommends City Council to move forward with this ordinance to second reading on December 2nd.
Is there a motion to move this forward?
So move.
Second.
A motion made by Alderman Shadle, seconded by Alderman Sellers. Discussion on this ordinance. On to item number 9, which is the first reading of ordinance 2024-81. Could you please read this?
Library tax levy ordinance.
Manager Boyer or Director Huffines?
We've received the estimated 2024 equalized assessed value from the county. The EAV has increased by $15,102,367 over the last year. Based on the information, the library's levy for 2024, paid in 2025, will be $1,062,000. The library will see an overall increase of $50,500 in their levy. The library reduced their request for Medicare, liability insurance, unemployment, and Illinois Municipal Retirement Fund last year in order to spend down prior reserves in these areas. At that time, we informed council that these rates would need to increase when the funds were exhausted. This year, we need to increase those levels to cover actual expenses for 2025. A house valued at $100,000 will see a slight decrease in the library portion of their tax bill. Staff requests City Council move this ordinance forward for second and final reading on December 2nd.
Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
The motion made by Alderman Shadle, seconded by Alderman Sellers. Discussion? Move on to item number 10, which is a motion to abate. Madam Clerk, could you read all of those as one motion?
Ordinance 2024 is to abate the 2024 real estate tax levy for the repayment of the general obligation bonds, Series 2013A. Ordinance 2024-66 is to abate the 2024 real estate tax levy for the repayment of the general obligations bonds, Series 2014B. Ordinance 2024-67 to abate the 2024 real estate tax levy for the repayment of the general obligation bonds, Series 2015A. Ordinance 2024-68 to abate the 2024 real estate tax levy for the repayment of the obligation bonds, Series 2016. Ordinance 2024-69 to abate the 2024 real estate tax levy for the repayment of the general obligation bonds, Series 2018. Ordinance 2024-70 to abate the 2024 real estate tax levy for the repayment of the general obligation bonds, Series 2019A. Ordinance 2024-71 to abate the 2024 real estate tax levy for the repayment of the general obligation bonds, Series 2020. Ordinance 2024-72 to abate the 2024 real estate tax levy for the repayment of the general obligation bonds, Series 2021. Lastly, Ordinance 2024-73 to abate the 2024 real estate tax levy for the repayment of the general obligation bonds, Series 2022.
Manager Boyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. When the general obligation bonds are issued, they are backed by the city's ability to levy and collect property taxes. Therefore, the county automatically levies the required annual debt service from the city of Freeport property owners on their property tax bills. The city has historically abated, or canceled is another word for it, this amount on the property tax. By passing an ordinance each year, the property taxes that would otherwise be collected from the residents is abated, and the city instead makes the debt service payments from other city revenues. So as Clerk Anderson has read to the council, the individual bonds issued are in the table provided, the amounts to be abated, and the source of revenue that will be used to make the bond payments. We have also included the potential increased cost in property tax on a $100,000 home if the bonds are not abated. Ordinance to abate these bonds will be, it is before you now to move on to the December 2nd meeting. Staff requests we move this on to the December 2nd council.
Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
The motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion? Item number 11 is the first reading of ordinance 2024-74. Could you please read this?
Ordinance approving airport hangar lease M4 with Ken and Paula Irwin.
Manager Boyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. Kenneth and Paula Irwin are interested in leasing hangar M4 at Alberta's Airport. The agreement will generate $165 per month of city revenue, and staff recommends the approval of the hangar lease.
Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Alderman Shadle, seconded by Alderman Clem, to move ordinance 2024-74 on to the next regular scheduled meeting. Is it Alderman Monroe?
Manager Boyer, this is a question for you. Is there a need with these to just suspend the rules and get these done? Same meeting, would that make it makes a lot of sense to me. And I'll just bypass that. I'll just say I'd like to suspend the rules and move this forward to second reading now.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor made by Alderman Monroe, seconded by Alderman Parker for suspension of the rules. Suspension of the rules is non-debatable and must pass by 2/3 majority. Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll on the suspension only?
Stacy?
Aye.
Shadle?
Aye.
Sanders?
Aye.
Sellers?
Aye.
Clem?
Aye.
Monroe?
Aye.
Simmons? And Parker.
Aye.
Suspension of the rules passes 8-0.
So now before you, council, is as if it were the second reading of this ordinance. Discussion on this? Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Stacy,
Aye.
Shadle,
Aye.
Sanders,
Aye.
Sellers, Clem,
Aye.
Monroe,
Aye.
Simmons, and Parker.
Aye.
And the ordinance is adopted, 8-0.
Item number 12 is the first reading of ordinance 2024-75. Could you please read that?
Ordinance approving airport hangar lease E1 with Prop Wash LLC.
Manager Boyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. If it suits the council, I'd like us to suspend the rules on this one as well. There's a plane owned by Prop Wash LLC. It's scheduled for repairs, which may last 3 to 6 months. Heritage Aero is currently has no space available to store the plane, and Prop Wash LLC will lease hangar E1 for a few months while the airplane is undergoing repairs. Staff recommends approval of the hangar lease at $215 per month.
Is there a motion to move this forward?
Aye.
Motion made by Alderman Monroe, seconded by Alderman Sellers.
Motion to
Discussion.
suspend the rules, actually, unless anybody's got questions.
We have a motion
I'll let
for.
questions.
Okay, you want to wait on that?
I'll wait, and if
Okay,
somebody's got
so
questions.
is there
so we don't-
discussion concerning this ordinance?
Motion to suspend the rules, Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion made by Alderman Monroe, seconded by Alderman Sellers for suspension of the rules. Again, suspension of the rules. Oh, it was Stacy? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Make that correction. Seconded by Alderman Stacy. Suspension of the rules is non-debatable. Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll on the suspension only?
Stacy,
Aye.
Shadle,
Aye.
Sanders,
Aye.
Sellers, Clem,
Aye.
Monroe,
Aye.
Simmons.
Absent.
Thank you for that. Parker.
Aye.
The motion still passes 7-0.
Okay, now before you is the final passage for this ordinance. Any discussion on that? Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Stacy,
Aye.
Shadle,
Aye.
Sanders,
Aye.
Sellers, Clem,
Aye.
Monroe,
Aye.
Simmons. Well, I did it again. Parker.
Aye.
And the ordinance passes 7-1.
And item number 13 is the first reading of ordinance 2024.
7-0.
7-0.
7-0.
Thank you for the correction, 7-0.
You want me to wait a minute, or are you good?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Item number 13 is the first reading of ordinance 2024-76. Could you please read this?
Ordinance approving 2 airport farm leases with Matt Phil and Will Kemple, and a second one with Dan Julius.
Manager Boyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff's been working very hard on getting the farm leases squared away. We're coming to you tonight with Matt, Phil, and Will Kemple, and Dan Julius. Staff recommends moving forward with the 2 farm leases before you tonight, and if so inclined, please feel free to suspend the rules on this.
Is there a motion to move this forward?
So moved.
Second.
Alderman Monroe, and I didn't catch the second. Shadle? Okay.
Motion to suspend?
Second.
Can we have some discussion here?
Yeah.
Well, actually, we have a motion on the table for suspension of the rules, so that's non-debatable. We have that by Alderman Clem, seconded by Alderman Monroe. So that's what's on the table right now. So, Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll on this suspension of the rules?
Stacy,
Aye.
Shadle,
Aye.
Sanders,
Aye.
Sellers, Clem,
Aye.
Monroe,
Aye.
and Parker.
Aye.
Okay, so now before you is the second reading of this ordinance. Discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
So there appear to be a different visual piece of paper called a contract. Is that what they're going to look like? Is that the final draft of the farmland leases?
Manager Boyer?
Alderman Stacy, this farm lease is actually a standard form that is used statewide and is recommended by the University of Illinois and the other ag organizations. So this is a standard lease that everyone uses, and it's accepted because everybody's used to seeing it. This is a standard lease for land leases in Illinois.
Okay, I just asked, is that what we have adopted? Is that what?
That's what's before you right now. We haven't adopted anything yet. That's what your vote is going to be on.
Okay.
Darren?
I think her question is this is the standard format that we're going to use, which it is the format that we're planning on using for everyone, yes.
Thank you.
There's no further discussion? Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
On final passage, Stacy.
Aye.
Shadle.
Aye.
Sanders.
Aye.
Sellers. Clem.
Aye.
Monroe.
Aye.
Simmons. And Parker.
Aye.
And that ordinance passes 8-0.
Item number 14 is the first reading of ordinance 2024-77. Could you please read this?
Ordinance of the City of Freeport approving and authorizing a vehicle lease agreement with the Stevenson County Senior Center doing business as Senior Resource Center.
Director Duckman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So staff, the Senior Resource Center currently holds 2 vehicles for its own that it uses. It received through the 5310 Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities program. So what this essentially means is they have 2 vehicles that they received in their ownership for that specific program. So now one of these vehicles, bus number 23, is not actively used by SRC. So what this means is they received the vehicle for one program and they're not using it. And the Pretzel City Area Transit, which is the program that we operate, we are in need of more vehicles. And to give a little background here, last year I sent a resolution a resolution to work with the Illinois Department of Transportation to eventually enter into a lease agreement, and it was estimated that would take 2 years for the Illinois Department of Transportation to bring a vehicle up here because of the backlog of buses that they have. And so what this background is essentially informing you of is that our program needs buses, and the Senior Resource Center, who operates our program, so it sounds confusing, but the Senior Resource Center puts the Pretzel City Area Transit on the buses, and they're the ones who actually hires the drivers, is operating this program. And so this bus that we're talking about, bus number 23, it's just being used for a different program, and it's not being utilized in that program. And our staff is saying, we have a need for vehicles, and they said, we can lease you that vehicle to meet that need. So that's essentially what's going on here. And I go a little further in the memorandum, and I talk about how we currently have 16 vehicles. This would bring us to 17. And one of the issues we have is working with older vehicles because we have a shortage of vehicles. So oftentimes these vehicles are taken out of the fleet and they're being maintained because they're older. So that being said, staff is recommend moving this forward. As our public had mentioned earlier, this is a $1 lease. And I want to also state that anything that is done with the Pretzel City Area Transit Program, it's all being approved of and directed by the Illinois Department of Transportation. So this particular lease, how it is structured, is directly from the Illinois Department of Transportation saying, if you want this bus, you need to do it this way for us to approve it. Because the Downstate Operating Assistance Program and the 5311 funds total $1.2 million in funding for our public transportation, and that basically tells us you're going to run your program this way or you're not getting the money, and they're very strict on how they do it. So that's what's before you, and staff recommends moving this forward.
Is there a motion to move forward?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Clem. Discussion. Alderman Stacy?
Do you have what they're requesting or what they're saying is gonna have to happen?
That's right in front of you. This lease agreement is exactly that. That's exactly what they have told us.
So the city would be responsible for the maintenance and the insurance and all that coverage?
It is always, that is how all vehicles are done. All vehicles are done that way. And Yes, it is the City of Freeport, funded through the Downstate Operating Assistance Program and the 5311 program, which are two grants that fund the program. So it says City of Freeport is responsible. However, the money is coming from the state to fund it.
So it's covered 100%.
That is correct.
And we have a driver for this bus 23?
Yes. Because, yes, we have drivers, yes. As I was saying, the biggest, the driver for this driver, the initiative behind this bus, pardon the pun there, is that we have old vehicles that are out. We have vehicles that go out for maintenance, and we need more vehicles for our drivers to operate, so we can actually have better service and meet the needs of our people.
Anyone else? Then we will move on to item number 15, which is the first reading of ordinance 2024-78. Would you please read this?
Ordinance approving special use permit application at 1161 West Lincoln Boulevard, submitted by LGCY Installation Services to examine the special use of an R4 one-family residence zoned property to allow for solar energy systems which utilize ground-mounted PV arrays per section 1250.01B20.
Thank you, Director Duckman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff received a special use permit from Legacy Installation Services for a solar energy system that's using ground-mounted PV arrays, and the address is 1161 West Lincoln Boulevard. And for some background here, when you're in the residential zoning districts, you need a special use permit to do ground-mounted solar. So you do not need a special use permit if you're putting it on your roof. And if you look on the screen here, you're going to see what's being proposed here at 1161. And so right here is a 10-foot by 30-foot, 300 square foot solar mounted array. And it's going to be at a maximum height of 10 feet. So 10 feet by 30 by 10. And that's what, in order to move forward with the building permit, when you do this in a residential neighborhood, you have to go through a special use process. And so on November 7th of 2024, we had a hearing, staff had a hearing, and the Zoning Board of Appeals recommended approval by a vote of 5 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 abstention to allow, and they recommended approval of this special use permit. On November 14th, the Planning Commission did not recommend approval, and they did so by a vote of 3 yeas, 4 nays, and 0 abstentions. Want to state a couple points here. First of all, the hearing who essentially makes the recommendation is the Zoning Board of Appeals. They recommended approval. It is important to note that our Planning Commission had a strong discussion about this particular special use permit, and it was a good discussion on. And really what it came down to was, property rights versus the overall strategic plan of our city in terms of, do we want as a city in the future to move forward with, keeping a special use permit for allowing ground-mounted solar arrays in residential districts overall. And it was a strong discussion, and I stated that I would move forward and relay those items to council. Those particular concerns that were had. At the staff level, when it was presented to the Zoning Board of Appeals, staff did not take a recommendation for or against it, and there was quite a bit of staff discussion on this as well. And one of the items that was brought up was, essentially, there is going to be a concern. There's potentially a concern for property values and enjoyment of the neighbor's property, and I say potentially because this is a fairly large. You can see it takes up quite a bit of area in their backyard. So when we had the same presentation to staff to the Planning Commission, after the Zoning Board of Appeals, and that essentially is what came up from our two commissions. And so that being said, staff is recommending, moving this forward.
So you are making a recommendation?
I'm sorry. No, I take that in terms of we're recommending moving this forward into our second reading is what I'm saying, because it's a first reading of an ordinance.
Right, but I think your notes say you're not making a recommendation.
Correct. So when it was sorry, go ahead.
I think Wayne's just making the recommendation right now to move it forward so that the council can then vote on it at the second reading.
Yes.
However they want to vote on it.
So is there a motion to move it forward?
I'd make a motion to deny it.
Is there a second to deny? Wait a
No, I
minute.
wanted to move it forward.
No.
Second.
So hang on. So we always want to make our motions in the positive there. So if you're against it, then you just vote no. Okay.
I make a motion to move it forward.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Alderman Stacy, seconded by Alderman Sanders to move ordinance 2024-78 on to the next regularly scheduled meeting. Is there discussion? Alderman Stacy.
Yes. I just feel like if I'm thinking correct, we already have approved this for one person in this city. And I'm big on that. If we do it for one, why can't we do it for the other? What business is it of ours to tell people what they can and cannot do on their property? Why would we do it for others, and now this time there's a problem? I don't know how that balances, why it's okay for this person but it's not.
I can answer that. So you have you have zoning, whether it's residential, commercial, manufacturing, etc. You have uses that are allowed by right, which goes exactly to your point. In a residential area, if your intended primary use is to build a house, you're allowed to do that by right. You still have to get a building permit, but the use itself is allowed by right. You're not allowed in a residential area to build an automobile shop. You can't fix cars. You can't tear down that house, and you're not allowed to go over there and build a car shop. Now, there are what's called land uses that fall in the middle, which is what's called a special use permit. And the reason for a special use permit is to put it through a hearing process to say it's something that council wants to, something that our zoning board of appeals, planning commission, and ultimately council wants to vote on as a land use. Is this appropriate? This could be a residential house that maybe is on a bigger lot, and they're putting the panel in an area that might be less intrusive in the opinion of the commission and the council. So the point is, our ordinance has several special uses where it is the job of ultimately our council members to say, is this use appropriate or not? Because that is exactly how the ordinance reads. Is there certain land uses that require a special use permit? Because what is being contemplated in the ordinance is this particular land use needs to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. It's not I'm in a residential zoning district, I'm allowed by right to have a house. It's not that simple per our ordinance. Each case requires to be looked at individually. That's exactly what this is.
Director?
Well, no, we got, Alderman Sellers had her hand up for speaking next.
So has there been complaints from the neighbors on the 10-foot of being 10 feet high?
We have not. One neighbor called, spoke with staff and did not, and just wanted information because this was notified by a yard and by mail notice to neighbors. And they said, okay, sounds good. They were told about the hearing. They said they weren't going to show up. They had no objection. There was one call.
Darren?
I sit on the planning commission, and I'll give you the stances from both views. I was on the nay side, as I think 4 people were at the meeting. The other 2 people that were approved while I have been on the planning commission had much larger lots, and they weren't intrusive to the neighbors where they set these units, and there wasn't, the unit itself wasn't nearly as big as this unit. This is a very tight lot in comparison to those, and one of the comments that was made in the nays was this will be no different than a large RV that somebody sets out there and lets rust in their yard over the years, and it's not going to get moved because it's going to be there for 30 years. Where a rusted RV, we actually have code compliance that we don't allow that. On the yay sides, one comment that was made, and I think it was by Mr. Atkinson that was on the committee too, was he didn't feel like we had a right to tell somebody what to do with their property. But in respect to that, the reason that it's got to come through council is because the forefathers that set these ordinances wanted it to be evaluated case by case. If they would have chosen to put this on their roof, it would have never made it to council because they have the right to do that. It's the ground mounting that is the question whether it fits each purpose.
Any other discussion? Can you turn the light back on?
Yeah.
Any other first-time discussion? If not, Alderman Stacy?
I just want to say we have allowed this more than once. And all the ordinance and all the rules and all the do's and don'ts was not pulled out because it was something you all were for. And we do it for one, we do it for the other. If the neighbors had a problem with this, I believe they would have come forth by now. Would that be a true statement?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Number 16 is the first reading of ordinance 2024-79. Could you please read this?
Ordinance approving special use application at 1373 South Locust Avenue, submitted by Cindio Networks to examine the special use of an R4 one-family residence zone property to allow for a telephone exchange and other similar public service uses per section 1250.01B8.
Director Druckmann.
Yes, and Director Subman, would you mind scrolling down just a little bit so they could see the picture?
Could we clip the lights?
So staff has received a special use application from Cindio Networks, and this is for the installation of a telecommunications distribution cabinet, and the address is 1373 South Locust Avenue, right across from the high school. And so the subject property is in the residential zoning district, and what's interesting here is this is for fiber optics, running fiber optics throughout the city. And what's interesting here is the utility company or the fiber optic company actually purchased the lot as opposed to doing an easement. Oftentimes, you'll have an easement carved out for these pedestals like you'll see here. You'll see them. They're usually carving out an easement on somebody else's property. But in this situation, they own the property, and in order, when you have a residentially zoned property, if you're going to put up a utility structure, utility shed, something of that nature, it is required to go through the special use process. And so this one was already constructed, and since it was already constructed, and they thought that they had the right to do so through an older agreement. Through discussions with staff, we told them they had to go through the special use process, and they agreed to do so, and that is what brought us to this point. The specifications on this is it's a 2-foot by 3-foot by 4-foot high cabinet, as you see there. Now, this went on November 7th to our Zoning Board of Appeals, and it was recommended by a vote of 6 yeas, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions. Now, our Zoning Board of Appeals made a point and they made a condition, and the same condition later on was agreed upon by our Planning Commission, was that a landscaping screen had to be approved by staff as part of this special use, and that's allowed in our ordinances is to impose conditions on our special use permits. So Yes, it was recommended for approval, but with the condition that a landscaping screen and plan approved by staff would be part of that approval. So on November 14th, the Planning Commission also recommended approval by a vote of 6 yeas, 1 nay, and 0 abstentions. Sorry.
Is there a motion to move this forward?
So moved.
A motion made by Alderman Shadle, seconded by Alderman Parker. Discussion on this ordinance? Alderman Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mr. Duckman, is this on the south side of the property? Basically, right next to, I'm just looking at the streets, I apologize. Not Locust, but the one just, is that now? Looks like an old street, dead end.
All right, if you look over to the screen on this site plan, this would be Locust.
Okay.
Right here. And then here's the cabinet, and this V is an underground vault, and you can kind of see that, but this is the cabinet here.
Any other discussion? Alderman Stacy?
Yes. I have received phone calls from my constituents pertaining to this matter. And I have been informed that this business was asked or told not to do it. And they did it anyway.
That is, I would say that's half true. They originally proposed putting up a larger structure that was around 500 square feet, an actual physical, it looked like a small house or garage. And they also wanted to use a road, and they wanted a gate. So they had a much larger footprint that was going to go there. And then we, after discussions with the organization, they scrapped that idea and then showed up and thought that they had the right to just put this up a much smaller footprint. So they were told you can't do that. And if even they were told after the fact. So the part that is true is that they did put this up without permission. They were told no on a much larger scale development, I would call it. They came in with a much bigger footprint. They wanted, I think, a 10-foot barbed wire fence around it, and it was a much, much more intense project that they were told no.
Okay, so what is the reality in this? Do we let them keep it, or do they tear it down?
I mean, that's a decision today, right? I mean, certainly if the vote was no, and essentially this is important for their telecommunication throughout the city, if the vote is no, then we would be moved forward. We'd work with Attorney Zito on some sort of corrective action to have them remove the cabinet.
But there's no vote tonight. This is first reading.
Okay.
Right.
Can they be fined?
Not at this point, no. Because they've gone into they've started the process for compliance. They were given a violation notice, and they said you have to apply for a special use permit, and they did so. So right now they're in the process of following the rules following our rules and regulations.
Anyone else? Alderman Monroe?
So if this is voted down in 2 weeks, essentially at that point they would have to remove. Is that correct?
You are correct, and if that was the case, then city staff would be working with Attorney Zito on the process for how to have them forcibly remove that cabinet.
Anyone else? And we will move on to item number 17, which is the first reading of ordinance 2024-80. Could you please read this?
Ordinance amending Chapter 14 of the codified ordinances requiring a contractor license for contractors who perform landscaping or lawn care, seal coating, and snow plowing.
Manager Ware.
Thank you, Your Honor. essentially, staff is bringing this before the council to look at the possibility of making a license for landscapers, snow removal, and seal coat companies. We have a number of different contractors out there. They're all doing different things. We really don't have an idea who they are, and we'd like a little bit better visibility on that through the licensing process. So staff is proposing to council that we amend the ordinance to add those three categories, like was mentioned before, the landscape, seal coating, and also snow plowers. And I will mention in the wintertime, there's a challenge. We have folks all over the city that go and they plow parking lots commercially and otherwise. They really don't have an idea what it is our ordinances say. They go and push snow out into the right of way. They create more work for our staff when some of the commercial customers could just push it into the parking lot and pile it up over the course of the year. So there is some need for this. However, it is council's discretion as to whether to move this forward or not. So,
Is there a motion to move forward?
So move.
Motion made by Alderman Clem, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion?
Yes, I have.
Alderman Sellers?
Yes, I would like to also add haulers, people that do dumping and hauling. I think that's a really good one that we should add on that list also. Okay.
you do already. Just as a point of order.
Yeah, go ahead.
We do license them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
However, I don't have any.
Yeah.
I mean,
The problem is getting them in to get the license. So.
Alderman Monroe?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I can understand this better, is that just one license they would need for if they did all of these, or would they need one separate for each? Or whoever.
Yep, Wayne, if you want.
They're going to need a license. This is a new license. They're going to need a different license. They can't do, so right now, if they receive a general contractor's license or an electrician's license, they're going to need to now do a license for, this is a separate license.
So it does or does not come under the heading of contractor?
As I stated, it's new because if you read through this ordinance, this is a much more intense ordinance in terms of what they have to do to register. If you read through it, they have to start naming what their individual trucks are, what their insignias are. They have to provide proof of insurance for individual vehicles. As if you're a general contractor, you have to show general liability insurance, and that's essentially your main step, if that makes sense. So this is so if you're a general contractor, which we have some that also do snow plowing, they're going to have to get this additional license and pay for it and follow the additional requirements.
Alderman Sanders?
Yeah, I just want to ask a simple question. These are to private entities, right? Am I correct? On the snow plowing and seal coatings and things of that nature?
Yes, you are correct.
And everyone should have a permit or license to register to do these types of jobs to homeowners or any kind of businesses? You don't need a license?
Not to shovel or plow someone's driveway, no.
Or mow someone's grass.
Mm-hmm. Up goes the price.
Okay.
Let's see if anybody else has another input before you go on second. Is there anyone for the first time? Well then,
Isn't this my
Alderman
first time?
Sanders for your second. What? Oh, no, you haven't. I marked the wrong one. My apologies. Alderman Stacy?
Okay, I'm hearing two different things. So, if the neighbor guy wants to mow my grass, he has to have some type of license or general something to mow grass?
That is my understanding of this ordinance, that that would fall under a lawn care company, and they would have to register. That's my understanding of the ordinance. Now, I want to take a step back here and state that what brought this up was not Community and Economic Development. What brought this up was our Public Works Department is having issues with and concerns with contractors parking their lawn care equipment, parking their snow removal trucks, which are basically plow trucks. These are businesses that are not registering because they do not need a permit to do so. You pointed this point out. You've made that point correctly, that, you know, if they're cutting your grass, if they're plowing the snow off your driveway, they do not need a permit for that. But what's happening is some of these businesses are throwing the snow into the street, or they're not performing their work correctly, or they're, you know, parking their vehicles on curbs, damaging it and driving away. And so I just want to say my department has truly just stepped in here to be saying that, okay, we have a registered contractor database. Will you help us along with this? And that's kind of where I'm at here. So I'm answering these questions as they come, but this essentially is an initiative driven by a concern from our Public Works Department.
But you're saying this is for lawn care companies?
In part, yes, that's one company that would have to register.
Manager Boyer?
I'd like to clarify. I think that if they have a tax ID number, that would qualify them as a company, right?
If they have a what?
If they have a tax ID number, if they're, you know, registered as a business.
Attorney Zito?
So under the definition of a lawn care professional, or even for a seal coating professional and a snow plowing professional, it talks about a person who employs one or more individuals for the purpose of providing landscape maintenance, or employs one or more individuals for the purpose of providing seal coating services there. So I think as written right now, they're looking at someone who's running this operation as a business, right? They have at least one or more employees that are going to go out and do this. So I think who's exempted from this is if your neighbor just happens by himself to say, hey, or the neighborhood kid, 13-year-old kid is just going around saying, hey, can I mow your lawn for $30? And it's just him pushing this, you know, family's lawnmower and going around to the neighbors. I don't think that's who this is meant to apply to there. So,
Darren?
So this was a request by the superintendent of Public Works, and Wayne touched on it, but it's really due to a lot of Public Works time that is chasing these particular people around. What ends up happening, snow plowing. We have somebody that goes out for profit to plow snow, and then we end up with ancillary damages at the house 2 doors down where they push the snow, rip the yard up, and then Public Works is asked to go fix those yards, where we have no way of monitoring who's plowing where or what. So this is just kind of a record-keeping thing to say that if Wayne's plow business messes up the yard next door, Wayne's business has to clean it up. Or if Michelle's Lawn Care throws grass out in the street, they've got to clean it up. And right now we have no record keeping for that, and it happens more than you know, or they damage curb or sidewalk or something like that in the course of their business, and it falls back on the city to fix and repair. So that is really the issue here. And so we're just trying to get a record keeping of who's working where, knowing that we have responsible people working in the community and doing good work.
Manager Boyer?
Just to add to what Darren said, also, you know, you don't think of grass clippings in the right of way as being dangerous, but if you have grass clippings spread out at an intersection and a motorcycle comes to a stop, I mean, it can cause somebody to lose their bike right there in the intersection. So I just wanted to or mention that safety concern as well.
Okay, so I get the whole accountability thing, but what I don't understand is, I mean, we have lots of general contractors that are busy all summer long, but in the wintertime they want to do snow plowing. So now we want to hit them again with a different license. Why can't it just come under the same license as long as they declare it?
Well, there's different requirements, and we also currently do it so that, let's say you're a general contractor. If you go to do plumbing work, you have to get a separate plumbing license, pay for that, pass that test, prove that you're doing that work. If you're going to do you're going to do electrical work, you have to get an electrical license, pay for that. So that we currently have that in place. And also, I just also want to add that this ordinance is more restrictive than it's just going to be as simple as saying, okay, we're going to declare. There's quite a bit of staff time proving that there's insurance for all these vehicles, collecting all that data. There's extra requirements for this particular.
So you're actually wanting more data from someone that's mowing your grass versus someone that's building your house?
I don't. That's what's being proposed by our superintendent of public works. Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure. Let's see. I think Alderman Parker, you haven't had a chance to speak once yet.
I'd appreciate Aaron cleaning it up, because I'm getting too dang old to mow my lawn, and so my grandkids or their friends come over and mow my lawn. They don't have to have no permit. No. All right, I appreciate that, thank you.
Anyone else that hasn't spoken once yet? And so I'll open it up for the second time. Alderman Monroe?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can tell you in my neighborhood, the folks that do the plowing, that do the leaf cleanup, the lawn mowing, they're not the ones damaging the property. It's the city workers. We've actually come to the city where copious amounts of salt was thrown on people's yards, killing their grass, killing the edges of the road, plowing them up. And those that are doing the plowing or the snow blowing or such, they're not a problem. And I've got two neighbors that have complained a significant amount over the last few years, and none of the work was done to repair their grass, to repair the soil at the edge of the road. And, this really seems onerous to me, that we're going to go out and say, okay, well, you've got to supply all of this information, and your business falls under the same insurance. You're not going to have insurance for plowing, insurance for snow removal or plowing versus grass cleanup versus leaf cleanup versus all of those things. And, I think as long as they have annual insurance, it should be one license, allows them to go through. Certainly most of the folks that are doing that type of work are not making the same amount of money as a plumber or an electrician who charge exorbitant amounts, compared to the lawn guys. Just speaking here, but, we can call it a license, we can call it a fee, we can call it a tax. It's all the same thing. We've got to clean this up a little bit and take care of our businesses, because a lot of those folks are taking care. My ward especially has a large amount of seniors living there who get their lawns done, and I'd hate to see their lawn cleanup go up $10-15 a time, based on them having to keep applying for licenses and such. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Manager Boyer?
Just to comment on that and then address, I personally do not have any issue with combining them under one license, but I do want to mention that our plow truck drivers are doing the very best job they can. As a matter of fact, when you have a cul-de-sac, no curbs, you have situations where you've got a 10-ton truck or a 10-yard truck with a plow in the front, makes it very challenging. And I believe our snow plow drivers are really fantastic at what they do. There's always room for improvement, of course, but there is going to be a few times you scalp a yard off. But I'm quite fine with revisiting this and making it under one license. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, then we'll move on to item number 18, which is the adoption of Resolution 2024-120.
Resolution in support of the Bird City, Illinois initiative.
Manager Boyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. The mayor city staff has been working with the Northern Illinois Audubon Society on renewing the Bird City, Illinois recognition. It was first given to the city in 2022. The city of Freeport's looking to retain its recognition as Bird City, Illinois community. Thanks to its unique initiatives to highlight and save wildlife in our region, according to the Northwest Illinois Audubon Society, Freeport fulfills the following, which are necessary for recognition. So it provides sufficient bird habitat, promotes pollinator health, is recognized as a Tree City USA participant, maintains a public demonstration of gardens to be benefited by birds and wildlife and ecosystems, maintains a public golf course that benefits birds, works to mitigate water pollution through cleanup events, implements actions to reduce pollution, utilizes integrated pest management and natural pest control, celebrates World Migratory Bird Day, and hosts an annual Bird Day event. Increases awareness of birds and their habitats, educates all ages on birds and conservation-related programs, and works with traditionally underserved communities to increase access to environmental education. as well as reduces energy use and carbon emissions and promotes green transportation. So staff recommends the city adopt the resolution for Bird City, USA.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion? Alderman Stacy.
Yes. So, I'm hearing like you're not supposed to, because of the wildlife, like release balloons anymore. So, is that like pertaining to this? And if
I don't think this pertains to it at all, but you are accurate. I don't know that.
I mean, could I
It doesn't
be
have anything to do with this ordinance.
fined if I went and let go 12 balloons in honor of something or someone?
Manager Boyer?
I believe 12 balloons is okay. As a matter of fact, we had some concern expressed at one of the events that we were planning about a balloon release, and that there is some something about the numbers. So as long as the numbers stay within a certain range, I believe they don't like it per se, but they're not against it. But they don't like to see those massive balloon releases. So,
But yeah, that's not to do with this resolution.
Well, I just thought, I didn't know if it's something affect the birds or.
If there's no other discussion, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Stacy,
Aye.
Shadle,
Aye.
Sanders, Sellers,
Aye.
Clem,
Aye.
Monroe,
No.
Simmons,
Aye.
and Parker.
Aye.
The resolution is adopted 7-1.
Item number 19 is the adoption of Resolution 2024-121.
Resolution ratifying emergency backflow preventer repairs to city's wastewater treatment plant dewatering system by Nelson Carlson Mechanical Contractors.
Manager Boyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Earlier this year, the staff at the wastewater treatment plant pointed to a problem with the backflow preventer. It was a time-critical issue and needed to be replaced, so we moved forward with the repair, and staff is asking council to ratify the payment of $11,309 for the emergency replacement of the sewer, the check valve.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Alderman Clem, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion, Alderman Sanders.
Manager Boyer, with this backflow preventer, does that have anything to do with the river, the Pecatonica River backflowing, flowing into the plant itself, within the plant itself? So where are these areas that you're talking about as far as repairs to backflow? Anything to do along with the river backflow, or is that within the city itself?
Manager Boyer.
As I understand, it's in the plant. It's where you have the freshwater line going to an operation inside the plant, and the backflow preventer fails, and if it does, then it has a potential cross-contamination.
Okay, I see where you're at. Okay.
Alderman Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When was the work done?
This repair was done in June.
Why did we wait 5 months, 6 months to come back to council?
Darren.
We just got the invoice.
We spent the money in June.
The parts had to be ordered. It was custom made, so it took some time to get, but we just received the invoice last week from Nelson.
Let's see if somebody else has a question first. If not, Alderman Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I get that it takes time to get the parts in, but waiting 6 months to come back to council, you had a purchase order in June. We moved forward with the spending of that money. It was never appropriated for use. I guess my question is, why did we wait 6 months?
Go ahead.
The money for this comes out of the sewer repair fees, right, that we typically have budgeted for. And the reason we didn't come back to it is it was an emergency, and we usually don't present these until we get the invoice for it. The sludge presses that we operate 5 days a week down at the plant cannot run without this backflow device in parallel with them because it protects the contamination of the water, like Rob said. So it became emergent at the time that we needed to order it. Nelson Carlson is a custom fabricator, so they got the parts in, custom fabricated it, and installed it. And I can't explain that, Nelson's billing cycles, but yes, this is way behind a typical bill. But we definitely needed it. Like I said, the sludge presses that press all of our digested sewer will not work without this backflow preventer, which would put us in a significant bind.
Alderman Stacy?
When did the parts come in? And when was the work completed?
From my best recollection, the parts were ordered on the PO in June. I think they took 4 weeks to get the parts in because we had to get custom flanges built and added to a large RPZ. And we went with stainless because the original one wasn't stainless, and it needs to be corrosion resistance because the sludge process of they call it patty caking the sludge is very acidic, and the environment that this room contains is very acidic, and we've had to replace just about every component within this building over the course of the last 15 years due to the acidic environment. So I want to say the parts came in and probably mid-July. It was probably installed about the 1st of August, and we just got the bill last week.
And you said normally it comes out of what account?
There's an account in the sewer budget for repairs at the wastewater treatment plant.
So did this come out the sewer budget account?
Yes, the maintenance.
There's no further discussion? Alderman Monroe?
Actually, I do have a question. So this chrome in that acidic environment, I remember studying this back in my days as a meteorologist, atmospheric scientist. Is there any concern that chromic acid will form in that environment and be released?
No, it's stainless. The backflow device that was put in was stainless.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Stacy?
It's done.
Yeah, you have to approve the bill, the invoice.
Yes.
Shadle?
Aye.
Sanders?
Aye.
Sellers?
Aye.
Clem?
Aye.
Monroe?
Aye.
Simmons?
Aye.
And Parker.
Aye.
The resolution is adopted 8-0.
Item number 20 is the adoption of Resolution 2024-122. Could you please read this?
Resolution ratifying emergency HVAC repairs at City Hall by Lesher Heating and Air Conditioning.
Manager Boyer.
Council, we had a similar situation here at City Hall. The main council chambers, air conditioning units failed, I believe, toward the end of September. To get us through the rest of the summer, we approved an emergency repair of the air conditioning units, the total cost being $10,425, and staff asks council to ratify that invoice.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So move.
Second.
Motion made by Alderman Clem, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion?
You said it was how much? I'm sorry.
Alderman Stacy, it's in your packet, $10,425.
And this money has come or will come from?
It'll come from building maintenance for City Hall PD. We combine those under one budget item, so.
Alderman Monroe.
Are we over budget, under budget in that line item from last year's budget, approved
Director,
budget?
do you know that answer?
Line item 101, 142, 6165, contracted equipment repair and maintenance. Still has 7,000 left in that line item before this bill is run. So we will be shy in that line.
Follow up?
Alderman
Oh, go ahead.
So you're saying there will be like $3,000
Short. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Alderman Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So basically what you're saying, it doesn't matter what we approve in a budget, we're just going to spend the money and then ask for forgiveness later. Is that how this works?
Manager Boyer.
As you know, budget is a planning document, and you have to make adjustments as you go along,
Not in
depending
government.
upon the reality that happens. So when this thing failed, I believe it failed within a week of a large council meeting. So we had the repair done so that we could not be sitting in 85-degree weather with 100% humidity in here.
Good excuse.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Stacy,
Aye.
Shadle,
Aye.
Sanders, Sellers,
Aye.
Clem,
Aye.
Monroe,
Nope.
Simmons, and Parker.
Aye.
The resolution is adopted 7-1.
Item number 21 is the adoption of Resolution 2024-123. Could you please read this?
Resolution approving agreement with Richard L. Johnson for architectural services at well number 12.
Manager Boyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Freeport is currently in design process of well number 12. That would be the last remaining well for us to get off of the old Brick Street plant and get us a contaminant-free water system. The facility design requires an architect for the building component system. Richard L. Johnson has been a strategic partner on the design team of well number 12 and also with our wastewater treatment plant upgrades at the City of Freeport. They are familiar with the state and the city building codes and standards. The City of Freeport, with the assistance of Farrah Graham, has received a commitment from the Illinois EPA and Congressman Eric Sorensen to fund $13.3 million of originally estimated $14 million of the project. The project must be bid before March 1st, 2024 to receive the funding. Richard L. Johnson has presented a building architecture contract for $195,000 to perform the plan specifications and plan coordination with our lead engineer for the overall project design. To ensure funding, they have committed to being complete and bid ready by the Illinois EPA's bid deadline. The city plans to fund this engineering through capital improvement funds until time which we are reimbursed from the Illinois EPA. The architect's fees can be reimbursed when the loan project is funded through the EPA. So staff recommends that City Council approve the $195,000 contract with Richard L. Johnson so the project can move forward.
Is there such a motion?
So move.
Second.
A motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion. Alderman Shadle.
Manager Boyer, you said that Richard Johnson was involved with well 12. I believe you meant well 11. They drew that building.
Well, yes, well 11 and the wastewater treatment plant, new upgrades.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Stacy,
Aye.
Shadle,
Aye.
Sanders, Sellers,
Aye.
Clem,
Aye.
Monroe,
No.
Simmons.
Voluntarily absent.
Oh, I am so sorry. Parker.
Aye.
The resolution is adopted 6-1.
Okay, item number 22 is the adoption of Resolution 2024-124. Could you please read this?
Resolution approving agreement with Berners Schober for mechanical engineering services at well number 12.
Manager Boyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Freeport, as mentioned before, is in the design process for well number 12. The design requires mechanical engineering for HVAC, electrical, supervisory control and data acquisition systems, and fire protection advanced systems. Berners Schober has been an engineer partner on the design team for well number 11 and wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and they're familiar with the city codes along with the EPA process standards. The city has received a commitment from the Illinois EPA and Eric Sorensen, as mentioned before, for $13.3 million, and the project must be bid let by March 1st. Berner Schober has presented a mechanical engineering contract for $70,000 to perform mechanical systems design, specification, and plan coordination with our lead engineer, that's Fairgram, as part of the overall project. To ensure the funding, they have committed to being complete by and bid ready by March 1st, the EPA deadline, and staff recommendation that City Council move forward with the $70,000 contract with Berner Schober so the project can move forward immediately.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So move.
Second.
A motion made by Alderman Shadle, seconded by Alderman Sellers. Discussion. Alderman.
Yes, I heard Richard L. Johnson and I heard Fairgram. I'm sorry, Berners, whoever, Berners, and Fairgram. So who is?
Manager Boyer.
So Fairgram's lead engineer, Richard L. Johnson is the architect, and Berner Schober is the mechanicals. So they will help with design of all the piping, electrical work, that type of thing. So you got the building itself, and then you got all the mechanicals inside.
Okay, so the building itself is costing the $70,000?
No, that's incorrect. The design for the mechanicals within the building is $70,000.
Attorney Zito.
Right. So this is like, so you got the architect who's going to design the building, right? There's a separate company or consultant that then designs all the heating and air conditioning, all the pipes and ducts and vents, electrical, wiring that goes in there. There's a separate company that designs that, different than the architect.
And then
that's
Fairgram is what?
They're the engineer on the project, so you have multiple consultants.
So we're going to have 3 different bills.
Yes.
Correct. Right, because they're all different disciplines.
Do you know what those other bills are?
Oh, from the dollar amounts?
Yeah.
Well, so for the design of the HVAC, the mechanicals, that's the $70,000 to draw it up.
Mm-hmm.
Then $195 was for the architect, the previous resolution you guys adopted.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll defer to Darren as to what the engineering contract
Yeah, our
is.
contract was approved, I believe sometime in '23, and I think ours was 1.1 million for all the piping, all the ancillaries, all the coordination. It's a very big project when you're talking about $14 million worth of work.
And you said in 2023 it was approved?
Yeah, that was when we originally started chasing money for Well 12 and Well House 12. Mm-hmm.
Alderman Monroe.
Kudos to you, Miss Stacy, because you're the first person that's asked the right question. Basically, if you do a search of Fairgram, Richard L. Johnson, Berner Schober, they work on dozens, if not hundreds, of projects together. So basically, they're one and the same. Even though they're separate companies, they bid together on multiple jobs. So the money's going essentially into the same space. And the question we should be asking is, why are we not going out to bid for other entities as well, who could also do the work? My concern about all of these projects, Adams, others, is we're not getting deep bids. We're not getting a lot of offers. So we are putting ourselves in a situation that we're no longer getting multiple entities coming into us with bids. So the price goes up because they're bidding against themselves. And these are questions we should ask about all of these bids that come through. There's more than one company that does architectural services. There's plenty of mechanical engineering services. And I know that being comfortable with each of these businesses is great. It's good for the city of Freeport to be able to work with those that know our business, but that doesn't mean we get the best dollar for our buck. We don't get the best, who knows? Who knows what we would get if we had other people bidding on this? So I think it's important to ask the question, because on these adoptions of these resolutions, I've not seen where it's gone out to bid. And so I'm concerned about that. And that's why I voted no on the previous one. And this one is the same thing. And it doesn't matter if you go to Green Bay or Polo, Illinois, or Aurora or Madison or where you go, they're all working together. They're all getting paid the same. So that's the question I would pose to the city manager. Why are we not putting this out to bid?
Manager Boyer?
I would say best practices is not a bid. It's statement of qualification.
What's your payment?
Darren, did you own it? You had.
Well, Aaron can and should weigh in on this, but engineering proposals are not done by bid basis. That's not legal in Illinois. It's done by qualifications basis. You can't select an engineer off a bid. You can't even ask for a bid price on a project. That, I believe, is state statute, if I'm correct.
That's right. So for engineers, they if you're going to look for a competitive process, it's called a QBS, qualification-based system for engineers. That's just for engineers there. I believe then, though, for professional services like engineers, architects, lawyers, and stuff like that, though, there's also provision of the code that says that you don't have to go out to any sort of a competitive bid or QBS process necessarily if you don't want to. It's your guys' choice. If you have a some sort of an established relationship or desire because you've used them before, so you like what they've done before you in the past and stuff like that. So you don't always have to go out to the a quote or bid process for professional services. But again, it's up to you. If you want to, you can.
Alderman Clem?
Yes. Contrary, Mr. Monroe, to what you said, being in the construction trade since 1967 and being in estimating since 1984, you'll realize that there are different phases to stuff and different engineers and so forth that are better qualified to do things. Okay. Like you said, they went out in 23 to start working on the money to get this. Okay, there's part of it. Okay, you're turning around here and you're having two people work for you that have done absolutely excellent on your last two projects with no problems with the design of the building or anything else in the construction and how it works. You certainly, like Mr. Zito said, you can go out and do that. Professional services you don't need to do it on, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do it on. But I'm going to tell you what, when you've got a couple buildings and you've got $34 million that Fair Graham has brought into us in grants, and I was at a meeting this morning where they're going out for another $1 million for lining of sewers and stuff, and can you tell me one project they've done for us lately that's bad? Can you tell me who else you'd go to for another?
Actually, I can.
Okay.
Now that
Get
your hand off of me, first of all.
I'm sorry I touched you. You have tonight knocked every department in this city. You finally did the Public Works Department tonight. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, you did the Fire Department.
We can go back on.
Last week, you did the Police Department.
Okay,
Why
okay.
in hell, if you aren't going to run again, why don't you just goddamn resign?
Okay, this is off topic. This is off topic, so let's.
So you're going to let this happen?
No, I do.
You
This
just did.
No, I just said it's off topic.
I want him removed. A, he touched me. B, he swore at me. And C, I don't have to put up with that.
Call order and he kept talking.
It's up to you.
So what I brought up, and now that he's already put this out there, I'm going to respond. I can get my neighbors on the phone and I can ask them the questions that I brought up tonight. All I'm trying to do is stand up for the people of Freeport, something that he doesn't want to do. And if you really want to talk about the past, since 1969, I've been on this earth, and we've put more roads in than you did in your entire tour as a previous alderman. So if you really want to have a conversation, let's have that conversation.
Okay,
But my point is this.
stop
This
this
is about finance. This is about money. And this is about we keep spending money non-stop. And we keep demanding more of the citizens of Freeport, and we don't hold ourselves accountable. That's what this is about.
Okay, you got to remember, there's a process in phases. Manager Boyer.
I would like to make everyone aware that this is funded with $13.5 million in grant funding that has to be used up in a very short period of time for the benefit of the city of Freeport and its residents.
But that doesn't mean we don't spend it in a manner that's consistent with being fiscally responsible.
Okay, so let's get back to this resolution.
Can I?
Yes, Alderman Stacy.
And that should not mean that we, as council people, do not have a choice or an option of sending this out for bid. That was not even given to us. That option was not given to us. You made the decision on your own because they did well 11 to do well 12. When we should have had that option. Am I correct in saying that? We did not have an option we should not have?
Manager Boyer.
Alderwoman Stacy, we don't change horses in the middle of a race.
No, that's not the question.
No. I am sorry. I have to tell you, we have had nothing but excellent outcomes. We have had nothing but willingness to correct deficiencies. We've had responsive service. We have had everything working in our favor, and that is why well 11 went so smoothly once we got the well drilled, and that is why well 12 will be similar.
Should we, as a council, been given the option to send this job out to bid?
It's about qualification, like Darren.
But that is a yes or no.
No, you don't. It's not. Not according to what we have. It's about qualification.
How do we know that they're legit engineers?
Darren.
How do we know that?
So
We
it's,
don't.
it's the third time we've done large projects with them. They're very skilled in what they've
You all are
done.
avoiding my question.
No, I'm not avoiding your question. You don't go out to bid for engineers. You go out for RFQs, which is qualifications.
What's Attorney Zito
That's
read,
exactly what he told you, is
it
qualifications.
said that we had the option to go out for bid. We had a choice.
Not for bid, for qualifications.
I think what we're disagreeing right now is just terminology, okay? Concept, as a baseline concept, engineers, you don't use the word bid, okay? That's a very technical thing, but I think for practical purposes, it's a bid. But it's really called qualification-based system, QBS, for engineers, okay? So, yes, it is a competitive process, but is it technically called a bid? No, it's not, okay? So I don't want to get people hung up. Right, I don't want people to get hung up on that. But with the QBS process, the main distinction is, as when you go through the process and you entertain all these different engineers, right, they can't tell you a dollar amount, okay? Because it's not based on price. It's based on who's the most qualified to do the job. You pick the person first based off of who's the most qualified. After you pick them, then you negotiate the price. So that's what's different between what's traditionally thought of as a bid versus QBS, qualification. Just as in the name, it's it's based on qualifications there. So again, that's a distinction there between the two processes. That said, I think where you were saying what I said, right? Engineers go through QBS. You have the right to go through a QBS if you want to as a council. You guys have that call. Staff has presented a name for you guys instead, because you don't have to use the QBS process also if you don't want to. So ultimately, it's your guys' call. If you want to go back and say, hey, thanks for presenting a name, a recommendation, but we as a council decide we want to go through the QBS process, you guys can do that.
Darren, did you want to add to that?
Well, yes, just a couple facts. So this is the third project that we've done with RLJ and burners for Freeport. Well House 11 went very well. We didn't have, in a percentage basis, we barely had any change orders on the job for the end of the project. So that means the quality engineering was done. Otherwise, your change orders generally go up. And also, both companies held their price from 2019 for this job, which is unheard of since there's that many years of labor increases and so on and so forth. So that's something that we did negotiate with them based on the familiarity with Freeport. So the fact is, they are saving Freeport money because they're familiar with Freeport, they're familiar with our process, they're familiar with Public Works, they're familiar with our water quality and what we want to see out of our facilities. So there is a savings to this, and I will guarantee you that if you decide to do something different, you will pay more than this amount for that engineering, because you pay for familiarity with your city and or business. That's just the way it is. And you're under a time crunch.
We're always under a time crunch.
I don't make the rules, Cecilia. The money for $13.3 million is worth meeting the deadline. If we don't meet the deadline, that money will not be transferred to next year.
And that $14 million project will now become the city's sole responsibility.
Correct.
Bad move. Alderman Sanders, did you have something?
I had a lot to say, but your interruption and his interruptions and the fact that I couldn't get my point out to get a clear understanding, it's almost as if you are avoiding me from talking. I had a legitimate question to ask, but you got my anxiety moving right about now, and the fact that you're making statements that only engineers are not just the sole person that is brought into the project. Engineers are something of a secondary or sub person that or company that comes in to engineer a project. My whole thing is, who would be the general contractor for such a project? And then you can implement whoever you want to decide to bring in to engineer, to do the architect, all of those things. But who is the contractor that's going to oversee this particular project that will allow the council to see who are they? Because under the term general contractor comes many prospects of picking and to do bidding. Take the engineer out of the subject. We're not talking engineer first, we're talking contractors. And they are the ones, the general contractors are the ones who determines who they want to work on the project, not anyone else. And then we go, and that's for all general contractors who wants to do a bidding for whatever project that goes before it. And if we're not allowed to look at other bidders, then that means that we're looking from one entity that is creating a monopoly within the city ranks itself. And so we want to scrutinize everything that is being proposed from your position, Manager Boyer's position, anybody else that is making a comment on this, trying to make this thing pass. So let us just open this thing up and make some serious clarity about who's in charge.
Absolutely.
The engineer's not in charge.
So your statement there was very inaccurate, Mr. Sanders.
Well, I'm sorry.
The contractor would never be in charge of this project because this has to go out to bid to select a contractor. That's
Thank
required.
you. That's
in
what I was
Illinois.
getting to.
The bid is not
Exactly.
done until the engineering is done.
No.
Otherwise, you have no project.
You can't do one
Okay,
without the
but
other.
Darren has the floor right now, so let him finish
So,
talking.
the way the process works with the EPA money is you have to have an engineer and a design group that designs the project, and then it goes to bid for the low responsible contractor. That is the way these programs work. We don't select the contractor. The city doesn't select the contractor. The low bid process selects the contractor on the construction, not on the engineering. That's the way the process works in Illinois. That is the way every municipality has to operate, or you don't get the funds. That is the way it works. QBS process, or your familiarity with engineers, and then you design the project, then you go to bid for the low price. The competitive process is based on the contractor bidding the project to construct it.
Manager Boyer.
I just also wanted to comment that the design and engineering falls within a certain range, acceptable range. Anywhere from 9 to 12% is typical for the type of project that we're working on, and the overall cost of this project is actually well within that range.
Alderman Shadle, did you have your hand up?
I did. The engineering, as Darren stated, and the architecture is all, the prints are property of the city. That's all drawn for us. The project is bid off of those prints. What we're talking about is a document that's going to be probably in the neighborhood of 70 to 100 pages, 300 pages. If there's omissions in the engineering, if there's omissions in the drawings, if things are not figured correctly, if they're not drawn correctly, you get halfway into the project, and Darren made mention of the fact that on well 11, there was virtually no change orders, and those are generated from the mistakes that are made if you hire the wrong engineer and the wrong architect. Thank you.
Any of you that have not spoken yet? Then we'll move on. Alderman Sanders, you can have your second.
Second reading. Yeah, thank you for that, Shado. Thank you for that explanation. But yet still, after you get said and done all of the designing and the engineering, you still have to have a contractor to do that job. Am I correct? I'm asking a question. Okay, I don't want you to be saying that's it. That's.
So ask your question.
Okay, I'm asking, don't push it. I'm just trying to ask my question. Is that correct?
Once it's complete, you go out to a formal bid process for the contractor selection.
And it's not about who's most qualified, because all contractors who are going to bid on this job will want to have their most qualified engineers on this project. Am I correct?
That's not always true on the contractors, and that's why there is an evaluation process for the lowest responsive bidder that's qualified to do the work for construction. That's part of the evaluation process of the full design package when it's bid.
Sorry. Who's doing the evaluation?
The evaluation is usually done by the city and the engineer after the bid process is done, and we actually formally get bids.
Okay. And the city have to be qualified to qualify an engineer or designer, am I correct? Whoever it is in the city, within the city.
I don't understand the question.
Well, in order for us to evaluate an engineer, whether he's qualified to do the project.
It's not an engineer, Larry, it's a contractor.
Okay, contractor. Now we back at the general contractor. And these people have to be qualified, even with the low bid contractor.
So within the bid package is usually an enormous package, probably more than the 400 pages that he referenced tonight. Everybody has to give qualifications, they have to give references,
Right.
they have to give bondability, depending on how big the job is. There's a huge packet that goes through that. We evaluate them after the bid contractor. So if you get 3 bids, you evaluate 3 packages. If you get 2, you evaluate 2. You get 10, you evaluate 10. Then there's also things called bond inquiries, where you can go against or go to firms and ask questions about contractors, whether they've had claims against them, whether they've done bad work for somebody else. That's all through the bidding process, which is an enormous process. And then we go through all of that in the background after it's bid, and then make a recommendation to council. Now, in order not to select the low bid during the process of a contractor, you have to have a reason. So they have had to have done some bad work somewhere, something recorded. It's a process, a legal process. And if you don't do it correctly, that process, that contractor could come back and sue the city. So there is quite a process in evaluating whether someone's qualified or not.
Well,
Okay, so let's rein this in a little bit. You've had way more than 2 times to ask questions, and there
How many
are
times have
also
we had?
aldermen that haven't asked any.
Okay, I
Okay,
respect
so,
that. I respect that.
Those that have not asked any questions, are you wanting to say anything in this moment? Because the two that are left, they've already spoken twice. If there's not an objection, I'll let it continue. If there is, then according to our ordinance, this conversation is ended.
Yeah, I respect that.
Okay, so what do we want to do here, council?
Are you allowed me to continue?
I'm asking the council if, according to the ordinance, if
Yeah.
that's acceptable.
Oh, you're asking council, okay.
It's 9 o'clock.
The two aldermen that want to continue discussion have already used up their,
So
according to.
I guess the way I would frame it, if council, if there's no objections to this conversation continuing, then it'll continue. If you don't want it to continue and want to just move on to a vote, speak up now. If you want to end the conversation.
Move on to a vote.
Second.
Move on.
Okay, well, according to the ordinance, it needs to be unanimous. So the conversation for the alderman that wanted to do extra discussion was not approved, according to the ordinance.
Yeah, this is how we do business.
According to the ordinance.
Yeah, I understand.
So, Madam Clerk, unless there's a member of the council that has not spoken, you still have an opportunity. Okay, then Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Yeah, that's how you kill it.
Stacy,
No.
Shadle,
Aye.
Sanders,
No?
Sellers,
Aye.
Clem,
Aye.
Monroe,
Nope.
Simmons.
Aye.
Parker.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is enough to pass. The resolution is adopted 5-3.
Move on to item number 23, which is the adoption of Resolution 2024-126. Could you please read this?
Resolution approving a final plat of subdivision for plat number 2 of Shopko subdivision of the city of Freeport.
Director Duckman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is currently at the True Storage building, or I'm sorry, it's a Cube Smart. It's old Shopko. If you're looking for a reference, it's at the intersection of Rosenthal and South Street. So kind of give you an idea of where we're at here. And Director Sutman, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down, I can kind of show him a photo of this subdivision here. So what's happening is the Cube Smart, which sits right here, okay? What they currently own is this parcel. They own 2 outlots, a lot 1 and a lot 2 here. And at the moment, when this was originally designed and platted, which basically means it went through the process of a subdivision plat where they divided it into 3 lots, these lots here were intended for future development. We obviously know the end of the story here is that these were never developed. There was not enough interest to develop these into some sort of McDonald's, et cetera, some store. So what happened is when CubeSmart took over, they wanted to, and their plan is to extend and build outdoor storage in this area. Well, step 1 of the process is they need this plat because they need to vacate easements to lots that they no longer intend to have. So essentially here, you have a new plan of business, a new plan for development. They no longer see a desire to develop these lots. Therefore, they no longer need this access easement to these 2 lots. They're going to combine it into 1 large lot. So in line with the ordinance, which has been also distributed in your agenda packet, this goes before the Planning Commission to have a preliminary plat review and a final plat review. And the preliminary plat was recommended for approval on November 14th, and it was by a vote of 6 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 abstention. And the final plat was recommended for approval by a vote of 6 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 abstention. And staff recommends approval of this resolution.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Make a second.
There'll be a motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion on the resolution. Alderman Sellers?
I just have a quick question. I would just, is that the parking lot then? You know, because they have a great big parking lot.
It's, yes, so this would be the front. This is kind of where you would pull into the cube, this Rosenteal. You'd pull in here, and this is actually the front of the store, the front of CubeSmart. And what, like, you know, you were saying, that's a big parking lot. Well, if things would have gone according to plan, they would have had 2 tenant spaces towards South Street. Things didn't go according to plan. They're pivoting, and now they're saying, okay, we're going to put outdoor storage in that parking lot area.
Alderman Stacy?
So you're speaking behind what was Shopco?
No.
The parking lot. The parking.
That's
There-
South Street right off of it.
Right here would be South Street. You know that they have a large parking, and this is Rosenteal. They have a large parking lot in the front here. I'm saying the front. It's the north side of the parcel. South Street's up here. It's down the hill. You're looking down a
Across
hill.
the street from Dairy Queen and the electric, what are they?
Yeah.
Horse.
It's from that.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Stacy,
Aye.
Shadle,
Aye.
Sanders, Sellers,
Aye.
Clem,
No.
Monroe,
No.
and Simmons, and Parker.
Aye.
The resolution is adopted 6-2.
Item number 24 is approval of a bid. Could you please read this?
A bid opening was held on November 7th, 2024 for CD 009-2024 for rehabilitation of single home at 748 East Center Street.
Thank you, Director Duckman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the City of Freeport has been awarded the Community Development Block Grants, of which a total of $550,000, of which $64,000 is allocated to grant administration and $486,000 goes to the rehabilitation of homes. City of Freeport held a bid opening on November 7th of 2024 for the construction of rehabilitation services of 748 East Center Street. It received one bid in the amount of $54,775 by CMM and Associates. The scope of work that has been agreed upon by the City of Freeport and the property owner includes the following construction rehabilitation services. This is a new roof, new bathroom fixtures, new bathroom floor, and siding repairs. Staff recommends issuing a contract to CMM and Associates in the amount of $54,775 for the construction rehabilitation services at 748 East Center Street.
Is there a motion to approve this bid?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion? Alderman Monroe?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What's the square footage on the property?
I don't have that information right in front of me. I can't.
The only reason I ask is, for the cost, kind of estimating the cost of the roof, and I'm not sure how much they're putting in siding repairs. Is that a significant amount?
I have that in the packet. I can get that to you, but it's a significant amount of work. And I think one of the biggest issues and concerns here is early on when we had some of the contractors come in to look at it, a lot of them end up walking away because you have to be a licensed lead contractor in order to qualify for this grant. So you have to do an additional license, and we had early on, we had several contractors interested, and they all walked away from some of the higher requirements. So I do think that some of the restrictions from the state make it a little more restrictive on what we're getting. And then also, I think that's just in particular, but it is a whole new tear off of the roof. I know it's an entire tear off and a full new roof installation.
Any other discussion? Alderman Stacy?
This is part of the Community Development Block Grant?
Correct. That housing rehabilitation grant for the $550,000, yes. The homes on Adams and along Adams Avenue corridor.
No further discussion?
One more question. Is the home privately owned, or is it owned by?
Every home that's in this grant goes through a highly restrictive, high vetting process, and they have to be owner occupied. So they have to be owner occupied. So there were some concerns about landlord owned properties. A couple things I want to state there. They have to be owner occupied. And the grant is need based. So there's a scoring system that they have that the state provides, and certain more points are given to the elderly and more points are given to people with disabilities. So if somebody is owner occupied, disabled, and elderly, their house may look nicer than the one next to them, but the scoring that's based on the state has to follow those guidelines. So it's not necessarily that's a bad house that should get the money. It's not. That's not how it's scored.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Sanders.
Yeah, I think I may have asked this question once before. I'm not sure, but I ask again. What makes you eligible? Again, I know you've given a list of things there, but what actually makes you eligible?
So at the time in 2021, I was not here for this application when these were originally submitted. But at the time, it had to do with the geographic region, which is a census block tract, which is a fancy way of saying that our federal government divides of our many maps that overlap each other. There's census block tracts that they do statistics on for our communities. And when this grant application was done, you had to live within the census block tract. I say the Adams Avenue corridor because it's easier than saying census block tract number 75. It just, people don't think like that. So you had to live within the census block tract, and it has a certain sense of statement of qualifications for income and elderly people with disabilities, and that was all part of the application that was originally submitted. So you had to be in that geographic area, and then you had to submit an application.
So this is an ongoing project?
Not right now. The application's deadline was done.
Okay.
Region 1 Planning Council was hired to grade all of the applications based on the factors that I stated. So Region 1 was retained as a planning council on the suggestion of the state. They reviewed and scored all of these applications. So this is not open right now.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Stacy, did you have a second one?
Yes. How do we know that they truly qualify? And that there's no hidden agendas, not that you're hiding, but that they're hiding. How do we know that financially they are able to even receive this money?
Well, I do know for the one, I do know that I have obviously been asked to, and it's on later on, so I'm not gonna spend a lot of time talking about it, but I was asked about one property in particular, and I do know that income verification is done at several points along the way. So the state has contemplated this being an issue. Do I think somebody could lie? People lie about everything. So do I think if somebody was committed to doing it and could lie, and possibly, sure, it's done everywhere. But my point is, the state has contemplated that this being an issue. So, for example, on income verification, I have seen Social Security statements that the people are willing to share with the city, and I've seen income tax returns. So people are trying, in what I'm seeing, people are trying to be honest. They're showing their information, which is not easy for a lot of people to share, and they're showing they're being honest on their. From what I'm seeing, they're being honest on their applications.
Anyone else? Is it acceptable for a third round for Alderman Stacy? Are you okay
I
with
thought I
that?
only spoke once.
Well, I thought I'd written down, but go ahead. I might have made a mistake.
Okay. Item 24 and item 25 is a factor of my item 31. And I would like to make a motion that they are put on the December call for further discussion.
now you want to take 24, 25, and 31?
31, I cannot get to it until we get through everything else. But 31 is a part of 24 and 25.
So am I hearing you correctly? You want to move 24, 25, and 31 onto December cow?
I want to move 24 and 25 to the cow.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, so the topic now is moving these items to the December cow for more discussion. Is there discussion on that particular part? Madam Clerk, could you?
Well, just could I ask the question, will it hinder the time where the contractor is going to do the work?
Yes.
I mean, because the money is already there and already approved and already.
Yes, at the
done.
basic level, it's putting a roof on a house. So if you delay putting a roof on a house, you go to December. I can't read the tea leaves on the weather. Alderperson Monroe could do a better job at that, but I can tell you that it's not good. When you want to put a roof on a house, you get colder in the year. There becomes a point when it starts getting cold enough, you can no longer put roofs on houses. So this would essentially put this back another till spring.
At least, probably April.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion on that particular motion, Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll to see if it's acceptable for 24 and 25 to move to the December cow?
Stacy,
Aye.
Shadle,
No.
Sanders,
Aye.
Sellers,
No.
Clem,
No.
Monroe,
No.
Simmons, and Parker.
No.
The motion fails 3 to 5.
Okay, so we're back to the approval of this bid on 748 East Center Street. Is there any more discussion on 748 East Center?
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Mayor. I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules.
Well, actually, we don't need to. We can.
Oh, that's
just
right. It's
approve it.
It's approval. Never mind.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Stacy,
No.
Shadle,
Aye.
Sanders,
No.
Sellers,
Aye.
Clem,
Aye.
Monroe,
Aye.
Simmons, and Parker.
Aye.
The motion passes 6 to 2.
And item number 25, could you please read this bid approval?
There was a bid opening on November 7th, 2024 for CD 010-2024 for rehabilitation of a single home at 833 South Adams Street.
Director Duckman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So at 833 South Adams, this property is also part of the Community Development Block Grant for Housing Rehabilitation. And the City of Freeport held a bid opening on November 7th of 2024 for the construction rehabilitation services of 833 South Adams, and received one bid in the amount of $39,000 and $39,075 by CMM and Associates. And this scope of work has been agreed upon by the City of Freeport and the property owner, and it includes the following construction rehabilitation services: 8 new windows, soffit and fascia repairs, upgraded electric, deck repair, new gutters. And staff recommends moving forward by issuing a contract to CMM and Associates in the amount of $39,075 for the construction rehabilitation services of 833 South Adams Avenue.
Is there a motion to approve this bid?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion made by Alderman Parker, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion on this bid. Alderman Sanders.
Yeah, who evaluated this home and come up with the list of items that needs to be improved? How do we generate that cost, and where are we shopping for material things to make sure that the cost is not being driven by a particular one company or whatever? How do we get there?
Again, very specific. So on this particular grant, we had what is called is a mandatory walkthrough on October 18th. Mandatory. Cannot move forward if city does not host this walkthrough. So we have a consultant, MSA is our consultant, and our grant administrator through that consultant was at the house on October 18th. We have a sign-in for that. Our building inspector was present, and more importantly, part of this grant requires it requires a housing inspector that's certified through this grant. And that we have that person. It's a contracted housing inspector that creates a scope of work, that hands out the scope of work at that particular meeting. So they're saying, here's what has been decided upon that what you're bidding on. So that's a requirement of this grant. So that's the evaluation process that the state requires for any of this to move forward.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Stacy?
No.
Shadle?
Aye.
Sanders?
Aye.
Sellers?
Aye.
Clem?
Aye.
Monroe?
Aye.
Simmons? And Parker.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-1.
Item number 26, another bid approval. Could you please read this?
This bid opening was held on November 14th, 2024, CD 012-24, demolition of 9 residential properties.
Director Duckman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the city of Freeport held a bid opening for the demolition of 9 properties. It was held on November 14th at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the city of Freeport received bids from 4 contractors. An analysis was provided in the memorandum to our council, and after reviewing the bids, it was, the city elected to go with the lowest bid per actual individual property, and it's shown in that analysis. And based on that, staff is recommending that Kleckner Excavating be granted $21,145 for the demolition of 622 East Winneshiek and 626 East Winneshiek. Fisher Excavating be awarded $91,495 for the demolition of 217 North Henderson, 425 South Float, 441 South Benton, 634 North Warren, 706 East Winneshiek, 7112 South Pine, and 1208 South Rotzler Avenue. All the funding from this grant is going to come from the IDA Strong Communities Program grant, which is commonly known as the grant for $300,000.
Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
The motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion on the bid. Alderman Simmons.
Director Duckman, why isn't the house across the?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yes, I was asking. There's a house right across the street from 626 on Winneshiek that's all boarded up. Why isn't that on this list? But the 2 across the street from that they're both in bad condition, but the one that's been boarded up, why is that not on this list?
The short answer to that, and if just going off memory, and I actually drove down. I posted the signs on Winneshiek for these because my inspector was out that day, and I went down and asked him the same question, and he reminded me that it was a particular owner that fought tooth and nail with the city against any action we had. So sometimes these take longer because as we move through this process, they can file a complaint. But I'm being honest with you when I tell you, I told my inspector I want that one moving forward because I said I don't want to keep going through knocking the ones down around it without missing that particular house. But that's the answer why, is that some property owners, even though when the writing is on the wall, they fight the demolition of their properties.
Alderman Sanders.
Yeah, how many properties are we talking about?
9 properties.
Nine properties.
9 properties on this bid on this grant, on this award.
And we do have a demolition contractor to do the job.
Correct. So what you're voting on, what you would be voting on, is 2 of them are for Kleckner and 9 of them are for 2 of them are for Kleckner, 7 of them are for Fisher Excavating.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Stacy?
Aye.
Shadle?
Aye.
Sanders?
Aye.
Sellers?
Aye.
Clem?
Aye.
Monroe?
Aye.
Simmons?
Aye.
And Parker.
Aye.
The motion passes 8-0.
Item number 27, can you Please read this discussion ordinance.
Discussion regarding ordinance amending Part 6, General Offenses, Chapter 694, Weeds and Grass of the Codified Ordinances by adding a new section, 694.08, to be entitled Vegetation and Managed Natural Landscape, and amending Chapter 694.01, Nuisance Declared, for the purpose of allowing planned natural landscaping while prohibiting uncontrolled growth of vegetation.
Manager Boyer.
Thank you, Honor. This was up for discussion at the last committee of the whole. The proposed ordinance identifies natural landscape options for homeowners and for property owners. City staff is requesting to move forward with this. It provides us some flexibility, allowing for pollinators, allowing us to have various plantscapes, and at the same time giving us the ability to help regulate those. So staff is requesting moving this on to the December council meeting for first reading.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle to move this ordinance on for first reading. Is there discussion on Alderman Sanders?
Yeah, how soon are we anticipating on moving on this particular ordinance?
The motion was to move it to the next regularly scheduled.
Oh, that's what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I got you. Okay. No, I have no discussion then. I'm just gonna do that.
Alderman Clem?
Yes. If I could, I was happy that they brought the pictures tonight of the different places of the different grasses and flowers. I'll show them next time, but I brought a couple slides for Kurt, if we needed to look at them. I think one of the problems is, if you remember how beautiful a roundabout was before it was changed to grass, never mowed, never taken care of, never anything done. My concern is you're going to see that in people's yards. And I brought a picture of a couple of fences, but we don't need to look at it. But I look forward to some discussion either before then or then.
This has been initiated more by Public Works, correct? This is not a, hey, you've got long grasses. Right, so I just want to make sure we're not.
No, I understand.
Yeah, my department's more than ready to cut some tall grass, so don't worry about it.
Well, no, I understand that 100%, but I know what we can come up with too.
Alderman Stacy?
Yes, this ordinance did not say anything about native plants. So, I'm asking for clarity. Is this for native plants like what we were given? Or is this just sprinkle some seeds out and let them grow?
Manager Boyer?
We can get that for you.
Excuse me?
We can get that for you.
What does that mean?
We can provide that for you with the council packet before the next meeting.
This isn't
A definition
we're not voting on
of
it.
native species.
I understand, but I asked if this ordinance was talking about native plants.
Oh, yes. Yes.
You know, I don't get what's funny. I don't get what's tickled about my question.
If there's no further discussion, you had something?
So I did get an email after this was referred to this discussion, further discussion here, Randy, who was the one who put this forward here, suggesting that we add a definition of what native plantings are, like a description of what kind of plants are typical native plantings. So I was going to make that change. That next you'll see that list of what native plantings are.
Thank you. I'm glad I made sense to somebody.
Then we will move on to item number 28.
Do we need a vote on that, Mayor?
No, we don't need a vote. It's
Yeah,
just moving forward.
because this just says discussion. I don't want, because it's specifically on the agenda as discussion only. I don't want to take a vote because we haven't announced, we didn't post or for that.
Vote on moving forward to the next meeting.
Yeah, I think I'd rather just have it put on the
That's fine.
agenda for first reading and then they can vote to move it forward from there.
Did you have something else?
The reason Public Works was requesting this change is because we have issues in the right-of-way where people are putting plantings that are growing up beyond visibility standards, or we can't push snow back, things like that. It's really a maintenance cleanup issue. We don't have any mechanism right now to enforce it, and so we're trying to enforce that the right-of-ways stay cleaned up and mowed well, and also allow for these native plantings within landscapes. So it's really just a cleanup process, because we're getting into a season where we need to be able to push snow back, and we need to be able to control the height of corners and intersections where plantings are to make sure that we have visibility.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 28. Could you please read the next discussion?
Discussion regarding evaluating updates to city ordinances requiring drug testing for elected officials and director-level employees in the city.
Alderman Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think as a city that hires and does drug testing on all new hires, that it's important that we as community leaders set the example and basically provide, for an environment that's safe, healthy, well-being of all employees are covered, and that, drug and alcohol abuse can have significant impacts on decision-making as well as, understanding of things, and the council. And, a lot of cities have this type of an ordinance already in place, and I think it's important that we, set the example as leaders. From the standpoint of, city, we've had instances where, people have tested positive after an event or an accident of some sort. And I think it's important that we start to reel that in. Drug use in the workplace is never a good thing. It's even more so in a city like ours. And I think that, by setting the example, it'll be easier to make changes down the road overall as the city goes for all the departments. And I'm ready to kind of kick it off. I don't know if Alderman Sanders would like to add anything to that, but I think it's very, very important that we, at least start in the direction of testing, so that we can protect the citizens and the property of the community at large. Mr. Sanders.
Go ahead.
Yeah, with something of that significance, to have the citizens of Freeport realize that we're here to serve them, that we want to do it honorably. We don't want to be under some kind of I can't say it. I got so many ways to put it, but we don't want them to feel that we've been hypnotized within our own council to the point where we can't make decisions affirmatively because of the state of mind that we're in. I feel very confident when I know that the guy that's working in capacity of the city, he's competent, he's not inundated by drugs, drinking, smoking, or whatever the case may be, that we can assure all of our employees have everything going for them to keep a liability from factoring in while on the job performing duties and making decisions. And so I think this, because of the fact this is the norm, it's not something that anyone is pulling out of their hat. It is a norm that we get in line, putting our employees and staff and elected officials and people of that nature under that same umbrella. So I think it is something that we should look at. It hasn't been considered all the years that I've been living here in Freeport. It is something we should adopt. It is something that we should make move forward with. And I think the city should look into it. We should look very closely about it, look into these kinds of things, because we don't know. And that's the reason why these things happen, these kind of drug tests happen, because we don't know we don't know you like that, that kind of thing. So until you show up on a test lab or something like that, then we can understand who you are, so.
Doesn't the employee handbook already address that, where they can be drug tested?
Yes, Madam Mayor, the policy of the city is that all employees are subject to random urinalysis.
So it already is in place. So my question, I suppose, to the two of you would be, if this is pointed at an elected official, I mean, drug test me all day long, I don't care. But what's the outcome? What do you want to happen as a result? Because you can't have someone removed from office because they fail a drug test. It doesn't happen. So what are you hoping to have for?
Well,
what's the goal?
Well, my thing is not open up for discussion with you, Mayor, at this time. We just putting it out there. Let the council think about it, talk about it, bring it to the next reading, because until we understand how we're going to go through the process of doing this particular thing, this kind of mechanism needs to be put in place. Why hasn't it not been put in place is the question. We are not running an honor system that I can detect, which we're supposed to be, but I can't detect it half the time. So we'll let the people be the judge of whether or not we should be under that kind of scrutiny. And if we're just going to allow other communities go through the process, then what keeps Freeport from going through the process? If it's already in place, we're not utilizing it and we're not going through the process with it. So.
Okay, Alderman Monroe, did you want to?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think where I was headed with this is, we do have, a general drug policy online in our handbook. Where I was headed with this was as an example, as elected officials and directors, that, we would have an annual drug test. And that would be my motion, is to move forward with an annual test in January for all elected officials and anybody taking a seat after they've been elected to office, because it is important that we set the example, and we are the leaders of each of these departments, this community, and it's important that we maintain that transparency and allow our public to understand that, we are putting our best foot forward. We are setting the example within the city of Freeport. And, I think the cost of it is negligible compared to other things that we're doing. And, from that standpoint, it would set the example that not only are we willing to do it, but that you're eligible for it as well as an employee of the city of Freeport. So that would be my motion, is that we would have it drawn up so that we're automatically tested every January by the end of the month and move forward from there.
When you say everybody, who are you implying?
Elected, all of us sitting in this room at these tables, director level and above, alderman and, mayor and so forth.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Okay, you want to address that?
Your motion, just to clarify though, your motion was just to, is it to basically direct staff to look into this and
No.
draft an ordinance there, because, which is fine, right? There to say, hey, let's keep looking into this there. The only reason why I asked for the clarification is because I need to look into this for the legality of it. There, you mentioned that there were other communities. If you could share those with me, just so I can kind of, reach out to them and kind of see, what they've done there. I'm unaware, again, not that I'm the end all be all there. I'm unaware of other communities requiring elected officials to be drug tested. I know that there was many years ago, there was the General Assembly, there was a bill proposed to require House representatives and Senate members to be drug tested as a part of being able to file nomination papers. That bill was shot down. It didn't pass there. My concerns looking with just doing this, and again, I don't have a problem if this is what you guys want to do. I just want to make sure that it's legal to do it. There is that you're changing the qualifications of office, basically, or you're potentially. You're trying to say that, hey, if you fail the drug test, is the repercussion that then you can't serve there. And I just have to see if that's allowed to be done, or if that is something that is left to the General Assembly to be able to write in that additional qualification. So again, I don't, policy-wise, this is up for you guys. I just want to make sure that you guys are allowed, have the authority to make that policy there. And I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
Okay, but
right
his
now.
motion was to drug test every elected official and director here every January. That was the motion. So
I think to Manager Boer's point, I think the all employees are subject to drug testing. I think you're narrowing, getting a little more specific in saying that, hey, because right now it's kind of random. It's up to the city decide or the manager decide when a drug test of department heads might be necessary. There, you're saying you're trying to narrow that scope and say, hey, department heads are going to get drug tested along with every elected official every January 1.
I mean, we as elected leaders and department heads are using our facilities, we're using our vehicles, we're doing things in the daily activities of our jobs, and it's important that we, do set the example, and that we, it is for the overall health of the city. I think it makes a lot of sense, to move forward with something like this. I understand the legalities of it all, but, I think, kicking somebody out of office probably isn't, but, there are options to get people help. I mean, the language is in, the employee handbook. It doesn't say you're terminated upon a positive test, but, there are those types of things. I think from a standpoint, it does make a lot of sense, from the handbook's kind of teeth, if you will, that if we're all going to abide by the same rules they are, I don't know of an alder person or an elected official or a department head that's ever been drug tested in my time as an alder person. So
really what you
when
want is
you
an
took the
ordinance
job,
to
or
reflect it. Alderman Parker.
I don't have no problem with the employees when they're out there driving our vehicles, doing the work in a dangerous situation, being drug tested. But drug testing the alderman is asinine. I've been drug tested twice, once when I went in the military, once when I become a cop. Other than that, I never have. I'm totally against it, and I'm not going to do it. So, thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor, would be to, I'm guessing you're tasking Attorney DeZito to come up with an ordinance, right?
yeah, I would like that. Yes, please.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second? So we have a second made by Alderman Sanders. If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, do we take a vote on that?
Yeah, this is just to task me with looking into this more. Yeah.
Okay, so Madam Clerk.
Go ahead.
Did you,
Can I-
yeah.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is set a new, a standard that's supposed to be in place already. We're not bringing anything in new. I just want to get that out of everybody's mind. It is something that, that just has not been activated or been used. According to the mayor stating that we got something like that in place, and if you want to object to that, that's on you. But my thing is, we're not setting a new standard if it's already in place. If someone has already been asked, I know that this has happened out in the field of construction workers making accusation of someone that may have been consumed by drugs by one of our elected officials or directors or whoever has made that statement. So I know that it has been done. There's nothing, I don't know if we got it in writing or anything like that, but I think it resulted in someone's termination here at the city So if that's not correct, then I stand corrected, you know. But if that conversation happened, then we should look into the fact that this thing should be taken at face value all the way across the board.
Alderman Shadle, did you have something?
I just wanted to say that you are in fact wrong again.
Okay.
The added portion of this would be the elected officials.
It doesn't matter.
Well, you said you weren't reinventing anything and you
No.
weren't changing anything.
No.
And in fact, you are.
Well, if I am,
Okay, so we have.
that's your opinion.
First and motion and a second to task Attorney Zito to draft an ordinance. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll on this particular discussion?
Stacy?
Aye.
Sorry.
Sorry,
I'm
wait.
sorry, I didn't see your hand.
So, okay, is it already part of whatever ordinance you said
Employees.
are in? Okay, so, okay, and if you're concerned about older people and elected officials, is there something in the ordinance that says if, you know, somebody, older person A shows up inebriated, they'll be removed?
No.
Oh.
That's why I was questioning what's your end goal. I don't know. Director Richter?
I'd just like to clarify a little bit. And if I'm wrong, Attorney Zito, the handbook, I believe, is due to reasonable suspicion. It's not a random pool for like myself. I'm not in a random pool. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Stacy?
Aye.
Shadle?
No.
Sanders?
Aye.
Sellers?
No.
Clem?
No.
Monroe?
Aye.
Simmons?
No.
Parker?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 noes to 3 yays. It fails.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 29. Could you please read this discussion?
Discussion regarding investigation into unauthorized disposal of city documents in the Freeport City Cemetery and purpose of that disposal.
Alderman Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's come to my attention as an alderperson from multiple people now that there was at some point in time in the 2010 to 2020 range, at least, that there were holes dug in the city cemetery and documents were dumped into those holes. And we're not talking small amounts of documents, we're talking very large amounts of documents. My question is, knowing how documents are typically disposed of, you know, from being in classified environments as well as other environments in the military and since being in the military, that, you know, appropriate behavior would be to shred those documents, dispose of them, burn them, whatever it may be. It's not to dig a hole in the city cemetery and dump a bunch of documents in and then call it good. The people that have approached me with this information, I believe wholeheartedly, and I believe it's important that we at least look into if information was dumped, and if that information was dumped, was it done so as a standard practice, or if it was done so to cover something up, or if, you know, information that somebody has out there could be gathered from those documents. Not knowing the details behind it, I felt it was important enough to come to the city and at least have the conversation so that the public is understanding of what was, you know, put there. And I think it makes sense to at least take a look. We don't need to necessarily go digging in the cemetery. There's ways to use ground penetrating radar and other methods that are easily done without disturbing any of the vegetation or soil, and determine if the documents are there, and then from that point, then at least have a conversation of what the next steps are. Depending on how long they've been there, they may be in various states of decay, so it may not be worth going any further, but I think it's at least worth a conversation to figure out why it was put there. If the city would like to maybe share with the older people, you know, what the reasoning behind it was. But I felt like it was important enough to kind of come in front of the council, have the conversation. It shouldn't be too difficult, and go from there.
Manager Boyer?
Thank you, Ms. Alderman. The situation at the cemetery, we interviewed the sextons for the last 20 years, and both of whom said there was never any incident of that kind.
Alderman Clem?
Between 10 and 20, that appears to be a good number of years. Do you have any idea what administration it was or who you could go back to find out and see? I was on all those years. I don't believe I wasn't on from 18 on. You were there then. But I find that to be entirely ridiculous. Thank you.
Yeah, 3 of those years are under my seat. I have no knowledge of any of it.
So I understand everybody's reluctance and I understand everybody's position, but is it not worth at least looking into? Would you?
Well, I think that's what Manager Boyer did.
Yes, we looked into it and we interviewed the sextons that were there at the time, and they have both said that there was never anything interred in the cemetery matching the description that you made being some kind of documents.
Who are the sextons? I have no idea who they are.
One is Todd Marsh. He was our sexton for many years, and the previous sexton, I don't know him personally, but he was interviewed also.
What did the sextons do? I'm confused.
The sexton's in charge of the cemetery.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
From working with the state archivist, burial of documents I know is an acceptable disposal method. I don't know what you're referring to here, but I know burial is acceptable. When we had wet records from a flood, the shred people would not take them when they were wet.
Although you're not implying that, you're just saying that would be a normal, correct?
That's acceptable. It's an acceptable method, yeah. Whether this happened or not, I don't know. But
Alderman Sanders?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we're not in a position to investigate it with the biases that we might be carrying simply because it's in our agenda. But you got to remember, the city of Freeport was like a revolving door with elected salary positions, officials, many different administrations, and things of that nature. So any of the things that's on this agenda could have occurred, but it's not our position to state our opinion on something that we can't validate as council. Nor can we say that no one that works for the city has any knowledge about any such things. So we can't say that. And for us to not be scrutinizing the whole proposal that was being made about investigating, looking into these kinds of things, for whoever might be objecting to it, don't know the full scope of all the details from the time that it was done or whatever was done. It has just been brought to our attention. We can't just put a date on it. We just can't do that.
Manager Boyer?
I would just like to respond to that. If you have something you'd like to share with me, I'd be happy to act on it.
Alderman Clem?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, why don't you reveal your sources and we can go talk to them if they know someone.
So you can put your hands on them like you did me?
That's pretty good.
I'd go to the police department, but they won't do anything.
Okay. Is there any other discussion concerning these?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion that we at least look into examining a little further. Once again, very small cost to look and see if we, and I will get a better location so that we have that location, but we'll at least get that together and have the conversation and see if it's worthwhile. I don't know what the cost of ground penetrating radar is, but I've seen it used in the past and it does work very, very well. So if there was something there, it would show up, even if it was in a state of decay. I don't know that, but it seems pretty odd to me that people would come up and say this for no reason.
Darren?
Yeah, we have GPR, and we'd be happy to investigate something if you get a location.
Okay, but so what actually is your motion?
That we look into it further.
Okay.
You know, I don't think there's any harm in that, you know, and at least, you know, validate or invalidate. I don't know what we'll find, but I know two people that came forward and said something about it, and they don't want to say anything because they don't want anybody to come back on them.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor.
I find it funny. You find it funny.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Alderman Monroe, seconded by Alderman Sanders to look further into examining the validation of the allocations. I don't know. So, am I correct on what I just?
Sure. If you'd like, I'll come back at a later date with a location and a map and put a red X on it for people so that it's easier to look. You
Well,
know,
we have a motion.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a motion to.
I mean, this is just basically like a consensus, but given the fact that I don't know how a voice vote's going to play out as far as like a consensus as to whether or not the council wants to look into this further or not look into this further,
Okay.
I'd just take a.
So do we
take
want to
a
look into
roll.
this further? That's the question. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Stacy?
Aye.
Shadle?
No.
Sanders? Sellers?
No.
Clem?
No.
Monroe?
Unreal. Aye.
Simmons is absent. Parker?
No.
Now we know.
4. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3 to 4. I always state that wrong. I'm sorry. The motion fails. Am I wrong, Mayor? 1, 2, 3, 4 wrong. 4 noes. 1, 2, 3 yays.
She's here. Can she vote? Oh, but we've had this situation before.
I have Clem, Parker, Shadle, and Sellers as noes.
Right, so you had 2 yays, which were.
Monroe, Stacy, and Sanders as yes.
So there was total of 7 votes.
7, failing 3 to 4. Is that? Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 30, which is another discussion. Could you please read this?
Didn't he move that
I
up
think we moved this to the cow, Madam Mayor.
Pulled off at the beginning.
prior to the approval of?
I'm sorry, yes. I meant to say 31.
31? Okay, my mistake. Discussion regarding concerns related to the Community Development Block Grant Housing Rehabilitation recipient for 1010 South Adams Avenue Rehabilitation Grant.
Alderman Stacy.
Through my research, I was able to find that this particular applicant for the 1010 South Adams property has a total combined real estate portfolio of $312,690. Was/is anyone from the city aware of this?
Yes.
If you did and they were still approved, then shame on you. If you didn't know and they were still approved, then shame on you. I would think a portfolio of that size would deem them over asset. Or are assets not a part of the determining factor for approval? We don't know. I went on the city website to download a copy of the CDBG sample application and a listing of accepted documents, but the information was no longer available. So to ensure that the CDBG Adam Avenue Housing Rehabilitation Grant Fund, which are still taxpayer dollars, are being distributed with fairness and equity, as well as to provide a further safeguard against any potential misconduct. I make a motion to temporarily halt all CDBG Adams Avenue housing rehabilitation projects until the council have been completely educated on the application and selection process and all other participants' requirements.
Attorney Zito.
So, so this was on for discussion only, right? So you actually have like a motion to basically put like a moratorium on the issuance of any further grants, right? CBGB grants here or there. I think we can put it on an agenda, but for so that you can vote on it there. But because we have this just for discussion on here tonight, I don't think we can vote on the motion that you made, because you're actually looking to take actual action as far as placing a moratorium on the issuance of any further grants under this program.
Well, I can't help that the word discussion was added. However, when I called in and said I wanted this, I said why I wanted this. Because this 1010 property, this family have 10 other properties here in Freeport, plus they have 2 properties in German Valley. And it is no way that they're eligible for this $48,000. And so I don't know who knows who or what is going on, but clearly something is going on.
You've already approved it, though, right? You know that.
Yeah, I approved it before I done my homework, before it was given to me so I could do my homework to find out that they have 10 properties right here in town.
I do want to add some light to that, because I can tell you're upset. You and I have talked about this. It's not 10 properties. I investigated it again today. I went to the tax records and looked at it. The German Valley house, I believe, was sold somewhere around 2006. And as of 2023, they've paid taxes on a total, the person we're talking about has paid taxes on a total of 8 properties. And one of them is a vacant lot. And another one of them is their actual residence. And all of their, again, I have to be careful about what I say, but because this is all, some of this information is off of their tax returns, but I will say that this has all been accounted for. And I stand by it. You know, somebody else will come in here and have a different opinion, a different professional opinion. That's fair. I stand by that. Somebody else's professional opinion. But I do know when I looked at that tax return, all of these properties have been accounted for. The person who's part of this applicant has worked with me greatly and said anything they can do to put somebody's mind at ease. But owning, you're talking about the difference between assets versus how much money they make on their income statement. So, and their tax return. So
you told me that, Director Duckman. You even offered me to come talk to them, but then you never followed up. I asked you Friday, and you were not here, but I asked you for a copy of the pre-walkthrough that happened on October 10th and any photos taken, and that could not even happen.
we can do that. Absolutely. We can still do that. I have all that information here. I just have to be extremely careful about what information is given, because at some point, if this person says, hey, my tax information, my tax ID got out, or hey, I didn't want this. So I consulted at today's department head meeting. I talked with Attorney Zito and I said, what's our best course of action to put somebody's mind at ease? And when I spoke with the applicant today, they said, I'll comply all day. I just have certain information that I do want redacted. And so there's 2 sides that have 2 fair requests. But as I say, as a professional, I stand behind anything you'll look at on their records, and they're willing to work with whomever. So I brought it up at the department head meeting to make sure everybody was protected and safe. And however it is we end up looking at it, I do know Attorney Zito will be present to make sure whatever needs to be redacted is redacted. And I genuinely look forward to putting your mind at ease or anyone else's, but I do hope that as we move forward, this grant has taken 3 years to implement, and that we don't delay people's projects that are reliant on it, because there's questions on this one particular grant application.
When I spoke with you last Monday, you stated that you had seen the 2020 income tax. Have you seen the 2023?
Yes, I saw it today. I have it today, right? I have it right here. But
Okay.
yes, I have.
So then I would like to set up a meeting with you and Zito, and if the homeowners want to come, so be it. All I'm saying is right and wrong is wrong.
I agree.
And anybody that owns 8, 10, 12 properties, and they qualify for this type of grant money when we got property on these streets that look worse than theirs.
Let me just stop though quick, because that's bad information to put out into the public. And I'm not insulting you at all, but putting out bad information is not good for the public to hear. Because I did state earlier that if you drive down Adams Avenue and you say, why does that house look bad, and this person got their house fixed, on the grant application that the state gives, it has a scoring system of points that we, as a director, I talked to the state and said, I do not want a city employee to be accused of having friends or favorites, cloak and dagger tactics. I said, how can we avoid that? And it says you can hire a local planning council, Region 1 planning council, to review objectively on a state-identified ranking system all of the applications. And that is what we did through council. That was approved through council. So every one of these properties, excuse me, was the highest weighted factor. I'll just read all of them. Owner occupied for 10 years or longer, you get 10 points for that. Owner occupied for 5 years or longer, you get 5 points for that. If you pay 35% or more of your income on your housing, that's 10 points. If you are elderly, 62 or older, you automatically go up 20 points. So that doesn't matter if your house is falling down in the ground or if it's brand new. If you're elderly in this grant, you get an extra 20 points. If you're disabled, 20 points. If you're a single head of household, that's 10 points. If you have a large family, 5 or more, that's 5 points. If you and now they have listed incomes. This does not have anywhere on here about assets. Does not say assets. It talks about your income and verifying your income. And based on the what region you're in, these income levels are set by the state. It says if you have very low income, which is 50 to 30% of the area's median income, you receive 15 points. If you are extremely low income, which is less than 30% of the area's median income, which is determined by the state, and there's a graph here, you get 20 points. So nowhere in here in this ranking system does it say, well, my house is worse looking than your house. So it's very important to state that every one of these applications was not graded on, is your house worse than my house? Not at all. So that's wrong for people to believe this. This is what the state of Illinois is going to look at for every one of these. So when we look at any application, that is how an independent organization reviewed these applications. So I think it's very wrong to tell the public that that's how this grant was administered, because it was not.
When this house was chosen, when it came to council, I asked, why this house? Why this one first? And you talked about that point system, and they applied, they're on the list, they qualified, they this, they that.
True. I did say that, and I stand by that. I stand by that if this ever was audited, however you want to go by this, and however Attorney Zito is determined legally can show this information will be showed. I've looked at it multiple times. I've looked at our contractor who reviewed these applications, and we went step by step by step with the state on how to administer this. And that's exactly what we did. So you can't accuse the city of saying, well, Wayne gave 10 points here because that's his favorite. No, we hired a professional.
I never said that.
But I'm just stating that is how this grant was.
I'm saying I want to understand the grant, and I want to understand your little point system, and I want access to the state government pertaining to this grant.
You could certainly call and ask the Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity, and whatever information they can give you, they will. I don't control the DCEO and what they do.
Okay, we ready to move on?
Alderman Stacey, so you technically made a motion. Given the fact that we're going to have a meeting, do you want to withdraw your motion just to clean that part up?
I really would like to have everything stopped until there's a total understanding on these funds and how they're being administrated.
Okay.
And
So-
that the application wasn't filled wrong.
So if you want to consider that stop, then because it was written on here as a discussion, at the very next council meeting, that can be put on for, as a motion to be made and seconded to have basically impose a moratorium on the issuance of any further grants under this application or under this program.
Do we treat that like the last one and take a vote on if it moves forward to the next council as
No, it's going to move forward.
No, I think, because she can always, any two aldermen can always ask for something to be put on the agenda. So that's basically what I'm suggesting, that if Alderman Stacey and another alderperson want to have that item put on the agenda, they can have it put on the next
Okay,
agenda.
so that would be for discussion. You're not tasking Attorney Zito to draw up some thing. Am I correct on that?
What I asked for, you're saying I can't have.
Not tonight, because of the heading on the agenda.
So if
But it
we
can
move
go on to
the-
another agenda.
For discussion, how does that change?
For the next agenda, it can be, discussion slash, motion, or motion to, motion for, to instruct, attorney to draft
Right,
moratorium.
that's what I wanted clarity on.
But that's ultimately however, Alderman Stacey wants to phrase it. For draft the moratorium, then that's what your motion can be. And you can
And
say.
then we'd vote on that.
Yes, correct.
I would like for you to do just that.
So it'll be on the agenda for.
And I make a motion right now that it be put on the agenda without the word discussion.
So you're tasking him to write this up?
Yes.
So then we need a motion for that.
Yeah, if you're going to task me to actually go and do
Right.
do that part, basically, then.
I thought that's what you were telling me I needed to do.
No, I'm saying that you don't need to make a motion tonight. Okay, if you want, because we have the rule that says any two aldermen can have something placed on the agenda, right?
But then what if December, 2-3 more properties come to move forward with a roof or whatever is needed?
I mean,
And
You could vote against. I mean, they were voted, right? You voted
Of
against them,
course,
right?
it's gonna be 5-3 or 4-4, and then the mayor's gonna vote and she's gonna vote for it.
Wayne, do we have, is it likely between now and December, the first meeting of December?
I don't think
there's
there's
gonna
any.
be
I have to
another
double check our schedule. I have to double check to see where we're at on the next, because as stated before these can move forward, we have to schedule the, we have that hired independent contractor, and he actually had an accident in his family, so he was missing some time, so we had to delay some of the inspections, but I'll double check to see where we're at on those independent inspections.
So I was told Wednesday that there had been a halt put on 1010. So
There
are
is.
you telling me you moving forward now?
1010, okay, so 1010, the short answer to your question is the contractor's had started work, and I told them to stop, and they've stopped at 1010. I've asked them to stop because I said there was an agenda item and there was concerns about the application, and I said I needed to talk with our older people and our attorney, because when I talked to our consultant about it, at the staff level, our consultant, meaning MSA, myself, we scoured the income records. I had a meeting with the property owner, and I said, I can't find anything that would that would preclude this person from moving forward with the grant. They followed all the rules. And I said, I can't, and our consultant could not find a reason to stop it. But I said, and our consultant actually suggested, and I agreed. They said, if something's going to move forward, it's going to have to be legal action. Talk to your attorney, because I can't see a reason to stop it. So I said, yes, please put it on halt until we can figure out what we're doing. So from the staff level, I did tell the contractor to stop working on the project until this is figured out. For 1010 South I've told them to stop until it's figured out.
Okay, so we have a motion. I forgot, did we have a second on that? to task Attorney Zito to draft halting all.
A moratorium, yeah.
Right.
There. So I guess, right. So this will be similar to like what we did on just a few other ones as to whether or not the council wants to move forward with basically looking into this more by having my office put something together for your guys' consideration.
Okay, so is there a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay,
Yeah, I just have a question. So if we were to stop this, that would stop the people that are getting the roofs, that's getting the windows, that's getting all
No,
these
that
things
stops 1010 only.
No, you didn't say.
No, but
said
you
all-
took a vote on it and it didn't pass.
What you just said for a motion, we haven't voted on it yet. Your motion
24?
was to task him to halt all CDBG projects.
Yes,
We haven't voted on that yet.
but 24 and 25.
It would stop all that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Would we want to stop? Is this a state grant?
Okay, so, pardon me?
Yes,
This is a state grant. right?
Yes.
And the money is already
Yes.
there, right?
Yes,
yes.
and with
So-
deadlines, by the way.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying.
What deadlines?
Originally, this grant had a deadline of November of this year, and so I think it was back 3 months ago. I started the process of a grant extension, and had a multitude of reasons on why we needed a grant extension. So, the state of this is one of the most restrictive grants you're going to find. I've worked with several different communities. In looking, I'm going back when I started, when I was hired on here, going on 3 years. One of my biggest dedications I've done for this community is working on a way to unlock this money for these homeowners, because the state was like, every step of the way I would say, hey, can I move forward with this? And they would say, okay, here's 10 more roadblocks you have to get through before you can get the people this money. Here's another 10 roadblocks. And so I would get to a point, and then there'd be more roadblocks. And then, we got to a certain point, and then it was like, hey, hire this consultant. Where can we go? How can we get the people to aid? And it really kind of seemed like the state was trying to just put all these bureaucratic roadblocks in front of us so that we would hit the deadline. But our consultant was really great, and it really helped us put together an extension, not from November, but they got it done for May. So my staff has done a tremendous amount of work. I looked at the binder today, and it was probably about 16 inches tall, which is paperwork for this actual grant application. So the answer to your question is the grant is currently, I believe the extension goes till May of 26. And I will say that I will.
25 or
I'm sorry, May of 25. Feels like time flies when you're having fun. So I would state that when in working with the DCEO, who administers the state department, who administers this grant, they said if you continue to show progress, there's a very good chance you'll get another extension in May to bring all the people this aid. So certainly delaying the process and put a moratorium is going to put more of a strain on staff to make sure that we can get the rest of the people the aid they need for this grant.
Alderman Sellers.
Yes. Didn't you guys go out and your staff go out door to door in that whole area and ask each homeowner that qualified in that area? I'm just saying, I remember, I don't know if it was it? Yeah, I know it was Kirsten, but I'm saying, I don't know if it was people from the NAACP or somebody wanted to help you push and help you promote it, and you had enough staff members to go out, and you guys went home to home asking people, did they want to qualify to be a part of this?
That is to help you clarify what happened there. So I think anytime there's a grant and people think that there's money to be had, I think there's a lot of misinformation that's going out. So one thing, there's a couple of things to remember here. Many of the people who submitted these grants to me, they said, I'll work with you all day. I don't necessarily want my neighbor to know how much money I make. I don't want my neighbor to know where I'm getting my money. Those are specific requests, as sometimes the information is being handed to me. So it's a challenging grant from a lot of different aspects and you're working with people. Also would say that, you know, there's just people would say, well, don't trust him. Don't trust him. There's money to be had. So there's going to be some mudslinging, I think, going on. But the answer to your question is I had to, when I came in, all of the grant applications, the process you're talking about had been done. It was closed.
Oh, okay.
The grant applications were closed. What had been discussed was there was more information that was needed from the 65 applicants, and there was offers from the public. And I said, look, I'm going to do it with staff and with consultants because some of the people here are very protective of their information and have told me they don't want to talk to people. They just want to keep their information private. And I said, I'll do everything I can within the confines of the law to keep your information as private as I can. I go, if somebody FOIAs this information, I will have to give certain parts of it away. And they all understood that I would do my best. And that's what happened with that situation.
Yeah, but I knew that you had
Yes,
gotten some community help to try to help
yes.
those people get
Yes.
that grant through.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to task Attorney Zito to write this up for halting all projects. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Stacy?
Aye.
Shadle?
No.
Sanders?
Aye.
Sellers?
No.
Clem?
No.
Monroe?
Aye.
Simmons?
So you want all projects stopped?
That's what the motion is.
Person Stacy, everything?
He's bringing it to me by the 1st of December, the first meeting in December.
So my understanding of the motion is that you wanted me, if this motion goes through, it would be to direct me to place a moratorium on all CBGB projects.
That would even include the ones approved prior?
Yes,
that were
all is
just
all.
approved?
That's my understanding of the request.
Until we get a total understanding on these applicants and how they're really working.
I agree that questions need to be asked if you feel like something is being done incorrectly. However, the people who did qualify and are getting work done, I'm sorry. No.
Parker?
No.
The motion fails 3-5.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 32, reports from department heads. Finance.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Community Development.
Nothing tonight, Madam Mayor.
Public Works.
Just one thing, today we had a public hearing for a CDBG grant, great topic, for sewer lining here in Freeport. It's a $1 million grant with no match by the city. We're proposing sewer lining in the 4th, 3rd, 5th, and 7th ward due to income levels. Lines are yet to be determined. The reason I bring this up tonight is there'll be a resolution that has to be passed on the December 2nd meeting in order to submit for the grant on December 4th. Again, it's a $1 million grant with no match from the city, something that we've mined up and is a very good opportunity for Freeport.
Fire.
Nothing this evening.
Police.
No report.
Library.
Nothing tonight.
IT. City Manager.
I'd just like to compliment the staff on their professionalism tonight. Thank you.
And I just have a couple of things. I just want to thank the city crews for installing all the downtown Christmas decorations just in time for Mistletoe Walk, which is this Saturday from noon until 8 p.m. everything from a hot chocolate to s'more station and horse-drawn carriage rides. And then at 5 o'clock is the lighting of the tree at the courthouse. And in line with Christmas decorations, mark your calendars and purchase your tickets now. For the December 13th at 7 o'clock is the Trans-Siberian Orchestra Tribute Show at the Masonic Temple, and the proceeds from this show will go to purchase decorations, Christmas decorations along the Chicago Avenue corridor. And then also there is still time to drop off items for the 333rd National Guard Care Package. 62 men and women were deployed out of Freeport, and the items that they are in need of are socks, hand warmers, batteries, toiletry items, and snacks. So we are taking donations through the rest of this month. We'll move on to Alderman Stacy and Alderman Shadle.
I would just like to say that some things were said earlier in the direction of Community Development Director Duckman that I thoroughly disagree with. He has a level of honesty and integrity that I would put second to none. And I feel there is absolutely no reason to doubt anything that he did with those grants. That is not totally the way it was specified by the state.
Alderman Sanders?
I have nothing to report.
Alderman Sellers?
Nothing.
Alderman Clem?
I just want to mention we have a November 26th neighborhood watch meeting. That's it.
Alderman Monroe?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to apologize to David Hayes, item number 5, on not suspending the rules and getting that passed tonight. I would encourage everybody to stick around for item number 38 as we come out of executive session. Should be an interesting conversation, as well as, my disappointment overall in not wanting to look into certain items just because, it doesn't feel comfortable. I think it's time that we start investigating some of the things that have been said around the city for many years. I've been coming to a realization that there are several people in this community who don't have Freeport's best interest in mind, and I've started to speak out against it. And as you saw here tonight, it's not very comfortable at times, but sometimes it's important to bring the uncomfortable up. So I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in and listening in, and more to come.
Alderman Simmons?
Just a reminder of our Third Ward Community Meeting on this Friday coming up, November 22nd at 4 o'clock at the library.
Alderman Parker?
Just to agree with Alderman Shadle, reference Mr. Duckman here. He's done a great job. So, other than that, nothing.
Item 36 is public comment. Take one at a time.
So back to speak about number 6, I just want you to know that what is on, or what was added to the ordinance, is even more of a fine than you already have in place of $100 per unit. You currently have a fine of $100 per unit in your ordinance that you're not collecting on, or that nothing has been collected on this year. So the request for it to be the way it was when it was presented to you as the ordinance was something that people were discussed with and agreed upon, knowing that it was more than what was already in the ordinance as it stands today. Thank you.
Next.
I'm not here to accuse anybody of any wrongdoing. I think that everybody does their best, and I don't think that any one person knows everything. But in my experience, every government program that's offering financial help always considers assets. I've never heard of this. Now, I believe that the community development director probably did hand out the applications, and he looked at them, and to the best of his ability, he complied with all the rules. But what I want to do, I'm going to research this grant thoroughly and find out, actually, are they seriously not considering a person's assets? Every program I'm familiar with, healthcare, housing, every government program, they want to know what your assets are. These people shouldn't have even been handed an application. So I would like to know, I'd like to come to the office of the Community Development Director and find out, I'll bring my notes, exactly what the name of the program is. If you've got a notebook, I'd like to just borrow it and look at it. I could sit in here and look at it. But I'm trying to be helpful. This just should not be happening to our community. Nobody with a lot of assets should be getting $48,000 when there are 65 other applicants who may or may not be in more need. It just isn't right. I just find this totally incredible. And if this is what's going on, I'm going to make some calls and make sure this gets changed because this isn't right.
Next.
Thank you, Mayor Miller. Neely Erickson with Illinois Realtors. So I want to thank Alderman Clem for bringing up some history about the registration fee, because the City Council had removed the registration fee because they realized that it impacted compliant property owners. And so the real focus about the registration was to go after the non-compliant. And so that's why the registration fee was removed by that City Council. Also, I want to bring back to your attention the overall rental registration ordinance because it's a larger animal. And after the definitions, the immediate first implication on your ordinance is required registration. Property owners, landlords in your community cannot rent to tenants unless their properties are registered. And so we recognize that there are non-compliant individuals. And when we were discussing the fee structure, we designed the fee structure to ensure compliance and protect your tenants exactly from what you said, Alderwoman Sellers, in that we wanted to make sure that they did not take the brunt of the overall burdensome of that fee. Because you have to remember, if the property owner can't pay the fee, they then cannot register the property. And what is the tenant supposed to do? And so that is the reason why the fee is designed in order to encourage compliance without extreme penalization of that individual and the tenant. And so Ashley is with the Landlord Association, I am with the Realtor Association, and so when we worked on this proposal back and forth with the city manager and with the city, we wanted to make sure that the implications were minimal and that it focused on the problem property owners in your community. And that is what the core goal of this ordinance is that was in front of you today. So we hope that you see that in the next couple of weeks, that you remember these words. It is to focus on problem property owners, but to protect your tenants in your community because they bring value here too. And we don't think that you don't think that they do, but we always have to remember how it trickles down. And we also want to make sure it's perfectly clear that throughout this, we have brought ideas to the city outside of the rental registration system, and that there is a transfer tax document that is filed with this city, and that it is easy to create another document that says at the signing table, letting that person know who's purchasing the property, that if you're going to rent this property, there is a registration system with the city of Freeport, and you are obligated to follow it. And at that point in time, they know. Also, with the water bills, the tenant is responsible to sign up for the water. To ask a simple question, are you a tenant or not? Takes no extra city staff time, takes no extra obligation, but that empowers the city with that information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other public comments?
Join Nicholas, you got an update about beef, about Woolside.
Rosati's, right, Tommy?
Yeah.
My understanding is a restaurant is submitting their permits, a good restaurant that you will probably enjoy.
And I told Jody Miller, she does a good job, the mayor of Freeport, and go Packers.
Go Packers. Are there any other public comments?
I'll make this very, very quick. I really enjoyed the debate, especially on the landlord situation. And I don't want to pick on this poor man, but it's not totally working properly. When they came in and investigated some garages in my neighborhood that were bad, which I kind of pointed to the fact, rather than repair the garages, they tore them down. All of a sudden, my property values are less, not more. That property value is less, not more. So we need to think, like the people that just pointed out, what we do, we are destroying more than we're creating. We're demolishing more than we're rebuilding. And I think we got to get on that track. We're trying to hold our property taxes down. I put something in there, and I would have liked to kept the level the same, which would have increased it another $18,000. I don't care about the $18,000, but if we can get our property taxes up in my neighborhood, it should reduce the property taxes in the other areas as well. So we need to manage our property as well as we can. Anyway, the job on the budget has been pretty remarkable. A lot of work went into it. I know Michelle went through hell. I went through hell, looked at the numbers. They come out halfway decent. There are some things that you should take notice of. Most of you got my documentation. Look forward to solving those few problems, and I think we'll be in very, very good shape. The capital budget project that he put together is a doable thing. Goodbye.
Are there any other public comments? Okay, we'll move on to item number 37. Could you please read this?
Pursuant to 5 ILCS 122C2, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees.
Is there a motion to enter into executive session?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
We're waiting on Clem.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, we're waiting on Clem.
Okay, so we've got a motion made by Alderman Shadle, seconded by Alderman Parker. Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Stacy?
Aye.
Shadle?
Aye.
Sanders?
Aye.
Sellers?
I want to say no.
Yeah, what happens
No.
if we say no?
It is a no. Final answer. Clem?
Aye.
Monroe? Simmons? Parker?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-2.
Okay.
Can I stay out here? Can you leave the door open?
Oh.
Absolutely.
Well, I didn't want to commissioner. I just did it while
Burgers has for 110.
Okay. You know I got the.
Hard enough, it was 11 o'clock at night.
That has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with me. You can't blame me for I don't call. Yeah, but all those problems over in Peck County were the mayor's fault. They were all his fault. He directed all of that work and then blamed us. He did all of it. He went out and told the contractor, go do this, and then he called us and said, I told him to do that. It's word for word, I know that I am. Adam Holder was one of my best friends. I know everything that happened.
Oh, is he getting right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did. I asked Scott, and he was like,
What's that?
I asked Scott, and he was like,
No.
He was like, I'm leaving, and he just left. I was like, okay.
The lights are off upstairs. I hope she didn't go home. The lights are off upstairs. Oh, here she comes. She went downstairs.
Where's the money? Where's the money? That's what I want to know. You're fine.
Y'all don't do it within the next minute.
Okay. All right, we're recording. It is 10:56. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll in returning to open session?
Madam Mayor,
Here.
Alderpersons Clem. Aye. Monroe.
Aye.
Simmons. Oh, I am so sorry, I'm not watching. Parker.
Here.
Stacy.
Here.
Shadle.
Here.
Sanders. Here. And Sellers.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
Okay, item number 38 is the adoption of resolution R 2024-119. Could you please read this?
Resolution ratifying collective bargaining agreement with the Illinois Fraternal Order of Police Labor Council, local number 884.
Thank you. Manager Boyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just before the council tonight is the negotiated contract with the Fraternal Order of Police. It includes a 3-year contract with three-step increases at 8 for 2025, 7 for 2026, and 7 for 2027. It also includes a uniform allowance increase totaling approximately $11,000 in total impact and a bilingual bonus. It also removes language related to the PEP medical plan, which is valued at about 1.5%. So, thank you.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle. Discussion on the resolution. Alderman Monroe.
City Manager Boyer, what is the total impact on the city for this, if this were to go through this room?
Approximately $1.5 million.
Any other discussion?
And we still have yet how many more contracts to discuss?
We don't have any this year.
But what contracts, how many contracts do we have coming up?
Well, we have AFSCME coming up and then fire following that.
Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Alderman Clem. I'm sorry?
We're a person short.
Rachel's not in her seat.
Oh.
She's coming.
Okay.
Get ready for the vote on it.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you
Wait
please take
for
the
it.
roll?
I'm sorry, Mayor, you said go ahead.
Yes, please.
Stacy.
No.
Shadle.
Aye.
Sanders.
No.
Sellers. Clem.
Aye.
Monroe.
I don't think we can afford this either way, but I'll say aye.
Simmons.
Aye.
Parker.
Aye.
The resolution is adopted 6-8. 6-2 for a total of 8. It's late.
Okay, since it is 11 o'clock, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Motion made by Alderman Sellers, seconded by Alderman Shadle. All those in favor signify by saying aye.